Hi guys. Thank you for being here in Berlin. It's so good, so good. We have so many faces from ThetaEuroCon. In December we have so many faces from last year from ThetaEuroCon in Prague. We have a lot new faces, which is just incredible to see. So we are starting. We're kicking off ThetaEuroCon. That's awesome. That's awesome. My name is Emery. We have Simon here and Chang. We are basically the co-founders of the ThetaEuroCon, and we would like to wish you a great 2 days. That we have a fully packed program. It's not up to date now, but we will do that. So we had really a lazy start today, but. I promise you, or we promise that we're getting better for the upcoming hours. But other than that, I wish everyone a great 2 days. We will definitely have good speeches today. We will also, for those who didn't saw that, so we had the last week, the last 5 days basically, we had a blockchain hackathon. So we had a lot of developers here. In this room, we had a lot of tables here, and the guys were developing a lot of products, and we already have them here as well. So, guys, many thanks that you're here, that you're still here. The winners will be announced in the next 2 days, and yeah, other than that, I'm actually really looking forward. Anything to add?
I think the only thing. For the schedule, we will start out with the Web3 security talk from Sebastian, and then later get to the first announcement for the third place from the hackathon. And yeah, that's I think good from our side. Let's start with a small look back into last year. And how the event was there. Some technical issues with the start. Let's go.
When I think about what the future holds for Theta, I think the biggest driving factor is that we're realizing just how scarce compute and GPUs are as a resource. We always knew that because the Edge network has been doing it. You've had compute jobs that have run on the network for several years, but obviously with the rise of retail and enterprise AI models being used so prevalently, even now it's extremely expensive to have on-demand GPU from AWS or these cloud providers. If we can provide that in a more cost-efficient way through the Theta Edge network, there's a huge market opportunity there.
So the ThetaEuroCon here in Prague is a community-driven conference where we want to bring projects out of the community together with other community members that invest into it or participate in these projects so they can get to know each other in real life and not just online. We have excellent talks, even from the Theta core team, Theta Labs. We have Mitch and Wes.
And for me as a long-term crypto investor, it was a no-brainer to give something back to the community and to shine light on this amazing group of people and this awesome Theta ecosystem.
I think second is the fact that it's such a family-like atmosphere, right, in a way. Like we all kind of know each other from our online presence, right, but being able to meet face-to-face is absolutely terrific, and have conversations and have a beer and have that connection in real life, right? Can't beat that. And as we head into 2025, we really realize the vision of centralized, hybrid, GPU infrastructure and cloud infrastructure, both a centralized as well as distributed edge nodes. So all that is coming together as we go into next year. So lots of new exciting things coming down the path.
It's always been on the forefront of use cases that actually mattered in technological development. Video streaming was at the forefront of what we were building it for. Once we have a productive network of these tens of thousands of nodes, There's going to be new use cases emerging. Today it's AI model training, tomorrow it may be something different. It never gets boring when you're building something that's, you know, on the cutting edge.
The people who are running the projects on the blockchain are more dedicated than all the others. It's not about mooning, it's more about building. We're in a super early stage, and most of the people, they just literally don't understand what's going on, because it's about infrastructure. It's a B2B business, and in this business, you want to be in the first line, and you can be in the first line when you really dig deeper into the rabbit hole and see what Theta is really providing.
And I think this is a great feature of the team and the project that demonstrates that they are flexible enough to reinvent themselves over and over again, and to keep up the pace and even manage to set the pace for the industry.
Yeah, so far ThetaEuroCon has been a great success. Definitely encourage everyone, if you can make it next year, please come.
No matter what you think it will be, it's not only going to be worth it, you will remember this weekend for your life.
So before we start into the deep technical stuff with our hackathon winners and talks from Theta Labs, I think a very important part of blockchain is security, that everybody stays secure. And for that, welcome Sebastian on stage. He will be giving you a view like what you should watch out to. And yeah, big applause for Sebastian.
Ever received a phishing mail or a suspicious email? Thank you. How many of you never got any of these direct messages or emails? How many of you have heard that just in 2024 alone, about $3 billion worth of crypto was stolen from people in the crypto space? Thank you. And how many of you think that crypto security is still in the very early stages of in the education process for people? Thank you. And how many of you are here, and I know you're all pros, you know what's happening, but how many of you are here to hear about the latest in the crypto security space that you can maybe watch out for, something to learn? Thank you. My name is Sebastian Huth. I'm the CEO and founder of Lionheart Global, a company based out of Dubai, UAE, focusing on blockchain and sustainability. And I want to welcome you to today's talk. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for today's, and for the invitation, Simon, Emre, and the Theta team again. And thank you all for coming and being here. Obviously, I know some of you came from all over Europe and everything, so thank you for that. In the next 30 minutes or so, I will give you a quick run-through of what I've been teaching for several years now about crypto and blockchain security. And if you heard about things like that before, you might think, oh, I've heard this before, but maybe there's always something that you never hear. So I'm going to give you like a little bit of an outline on what's happening. And but is it okay if I just speak a couple words about myself for the ones? Is that all right? Thank you. So I'm Sebastian. I was born and raised not far from Berlin, so this is like a home run. I got into crypto in 2013. I bought my first bitcoins at 66.99 euros. Didn't really do much with this for the first 2-3 years, and then all of a sudden people came up to me and said, Sebastian, can you tell us a bit about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, because we don't know what it is. We know you have it, so I started talking to small groups of people in Bavaria, where I live, in Augsburg, 10 people, 20 people, and then all of a sudden this became 50 people, then 100, and then 500, and 1,000, and then all of a sudden you turn around, you don't know where you are, and then you all of a sudden, talking to a radio station in New York, or to a, you are invited to a big event in Dubai. I was never looking for any of that, it just happened. in the very early stages, I saw in 2015-16 there was a huge demand for education because I didn't have a clue. I mean, in the beginning when I bought my first Bitcoins, it took me like 2 hours to actually figure out what a two-factor authentication is. How many of you have had that in the beginning as well, when you didn't know, what is this, you know? And so since 2017, I put a workshop program together, and basically, you know, from anything that I've learned, from all the mistakes that I made, from all the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I put it together because I thought there was a need, and then just people came from all over the world. So in the last 8 years, I taught over 3,000 people myself in over 30 countries, spoken to loads of conferences around the world, and in my crypto community, you know, mainly in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, but also internationally, people have been not only buying Theta, but also staking Theta and TFU and Lvita. So Theta has always been a big part of this, and that's why we are also here, because we think it's an exceptional project, exceptional technology and everything, so it's really cool. In 2018, I thought, okay, there's something more that can be done with crypto, instead of just, you know, buying crypto and staking them and sitting on them, like, unfortunately, most of the community around the world. But there's an entire infrastructure being set up right now as we speak. You know, most of you are probably aware of it. Hundreds of billions of US dollars are being put into crypto and blockchain infrastructure around the world. So in 2018, we founded the company in Dubai, focusing on partnering up with crypto blockchain companies, bringing them into different markets in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and other places. And I must admit, 2018-19 was a bit slow. You know, people, you know, heard you. They understood crypto, they understood blockchain, they saw the vision, but nobody really did anything. Everybody was like, yeah, you know, what's going to happen? We don't know. And then COVID came. Everything became very slow. 2019, 2021, and everything. You know, so the last bull market was in the middle of the pandemic, and then everything became very quiet. But as you know, right now, everybody's going crazy. I mean, we've been working with ministries in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, with the central bank, with banks, investment companies around the world, and we know that the order books of all the blockchain companies are filled up to the roof. It's crazy. And on the other side, everybody now all of a sudden wants to integrate everything. So this is what we've been doing, integrating blockchain and crypto security, also been helping crypto and blockchain companies into different markets where they normally might not have access to. There are two reasons why I do that, especially speaking about crypto and the security. I do believe, number one, Bitcoin cryptocurrency is the biggest wealth transfer that has ever happened in the human history, in my opinion. And I think it also serves as a super opportunity for people who never could dream of becoming financially free, all of a sudden becoming financially free. So this is why I talk about this, to give people, not only in the in the West, in the developing world, but also especially in the underdeveloped countries, to give them the opportunity to actually invest into crypto and possibly make some good money with this. And that also brings me to the blockchain and web security, because throughout the teachings in the last few years, I've come across dozens and dozens of cases from my community, but from others as well, where people have been hacked all the time. People have been, giving out their private keys, their recovery seats. People have been falling for impersonators. People have been downloading malware. Nobody's really doing anything. There is, I don't know if I should say that, but we're in a group of people here. President Trump, the other day, he said something, whether you like him or not, he said something in a totally different context, not anything to do with crypto, but he was basically saying, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And unfortunately, that's how it is. We have about 900 million people in crypto space, and I would say about 10% actually know what they're doing. 10% know what a private key is, or what a wallet address is, and but unfortunately, most of the people are not here who understand this. So that's why I thought this is really important to speak about this, and to teach people about security. So, because what's the point in investing into crypto and hoping for a better future for yourself and your family, if at one point you're making one mistake and everything is gone? And as I said, I have met dozens of people that happened to, and one of the first things I always say to people is, just try to stay under the radar. Just keep a low profile. when it comes to talking about cryptos, how you navigate in the online, who you talk to, what you do. Just don't talk so much about crypto, because there are thousands and thousands of scammers out there. And we were talking. I don't know, Adrian, was it you? I think you mentioned last night we had a nice dinner together with some people here in the group, and Adrian mentioned that one of the things that have become an additional layer of craziness in the scamming world of crypto is not only that you have individuals around the world, and it's not only people in Africa or anything, it's everywhere. It's individuals, it's small group, it's large groups, it's even on a governmental level, and what we've come to know yesterday is it's even the mafia has actually gotten into the crypto scam as well. They're basically confiscating people's passwords in developing nations, and they're basically locking them up, and they're forcing them to scam people for food, just to barely stay alive. And we're not talking about just a few people, we're talking about thousands of people. So this whole scamming thing has just gotten out of control, and that's why we're here, and that's why we need to be aware. And so, yeah, let's go. In order for you to actually have crypto, everybody needs to know that you become your own bank. You can't call Deutsche Bank or Santander or JP Morgan and say, okay, I made a wrong transaction, can you please send it back to me? When it usually happens, when you do something PayPal, you can always dispute and you always get your money back in most of the cases. If you do a crypto transaction, you do the wrong thing, everything is gone. And that's why people need to understand you have to think in totally different terms. You have to secure not only your wallets, but in your entire computer. And so I put down a few bullet points here, and for the ones who already know, you will know that you already have that, and for the ones you don't know, you might actually want to think about this. So try to use trusted messenger services. We all know, most of us are using WhatsApp. We all know that WhatsApp is not really so secure. Think of in terms of Signal, other cool open source projects. In order for you to stay under the radar, you need to communicate under the radar. Think about secure email providers, such as ProtonMail. Think about using browsers and search machines such as Brave, for example, very crypto-friendly, super secure. Of course, use strong passwords, antivirus software, VPN protection, secure two-factor authentications. You need to know what your private keys are, how you handle them, how you handle and secure and store your recovery seeds. I was talking to somebody here in the audience. Some people who started like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, they don't even know where they kept their private keys. And I was the same. Like in 2013, as most of you might not know, now you can buy all cryptocurrencies with Binance, with Bitstamp, with Crypto.com and everything. But back then, if you wanted to have a specific cryptocurrency, you had to register with this exchange, and then with that exchange, and then that exchange, and then you couldn't pay in with crypto, with credit cards. You actually had to have crypto in order for you to buy the other cryptocurrencies. So I had like this whole huge portfolio of different exchanges and wallets and everything. And at one point I was like, I really need to put a list together where I find everything. So yeah, you need to know where you store your recovery seeds. Use external storage. Don't keep anything on your computer. Use secure networks. Bookmarks, very important. And if you don't know what you do, just ask somebody for help and just don't try to figure something out and make a mistake and then you're trying to correct it later. So asset protection, this is one of the standards really that everybody should have. And this thing here can save people's lives, antivirus software. Most of the people are not even aware when they start with crypto that they already got a malware on their computer, and then most of the people are making the mistakes and they're wondering where their cryptos are and they're gone because there was no protection. Anyway, the most common crypto security threats in 2025. Number 1, crypto scams and fraud. Deceptive schemes and fraudulent activities. We're talking about third-party platforms for mining, staking, trading, liquidity, lending. Most of these, I would even say 100% of these multi-level marketing schemes that have existed before, they have jumped on the bandwagon of crypto and blockchain, and people are being introduced to this because there's a lot of commissions when you recommend somebody. There's a lot of, you can earn a lot of rewards, but sooner or later, and sometimes it takes a day, sometimes it takes a week, a month, or maybe a year, and then you return to the website and then everything is gone. It will not even be there. They come up with excuses, oh, we can't pay out here, we can't pay out there. And unfortunately, millions of the people around the world are falling for that. And so their first introduction to crypto is not really into crypto itself, but into these multi-level marketing schemes. So if this applies to any of you, if ever anybody comes across, to tell you, send your cryptos or your money here and then you get your Bitcoins, in my opinion, it's 100% scam. Phishing attacks, we talked about this the other day. The phishing attacks have been, that's why I was asking, they've been coming through emails, direct messages, text messages all over the world, and people basically asking you to click a link and then you download a malware or a spyware or whatever it is. So be aware of phishing attempts and always go with the original websites and bookmark everything. I know it sounds kind of silly, you know, why should I bookmark the Theta web wallet website? Why should I bookmark that? I tell you why, because I already know 2 people, unfortunately out of my community, that didn't bookmark or didn't go through the bookmark, and they actually, you know, went onto Google and then, you know, turned up the Theta wallet website all the way on top, and they thought this is legitimate, and then boom, everything was gone. I have met people, unfortunately, that have lost $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, $100,000, $400,000, $500,000, $500,000 within a blink of an eye. And I don't want to judge any of them because some of these scams are so, you know, intricate that you don't even realize that you're falling for a scam. To be fully honest and to be fully frank, so you don't think I'm standing here and preaching or anything, I have been there myself. In about 2015, I made a mistake. I voluntarily gave out my private keys, and about 45,000 euros was stolen from my wallet within a blink of an eye. Because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't ask the right people for advice. I was in a hurry, and I thought, okay. And it all comes together with a, you know, they always create an atmosphere of fear. FOMO, you know, you have to do this, otherwise you lose that. If you don't, you know, update your wallet or whatsoever, then this is going to happen, so give us your private key, we will help you. It's all scam. So malware and ransomware, very important. You know, you can secure that from by using an antivirus software. Use, of course, insecure exchanges is a big thing that, you know, scamming exchanges are being created all the time. Weak passwords, one of the big things. People are still using 1, 2, 3, 4, hello, I'm here, kind of websites, passwords. Lack of two-factor authentication. Unfortunately, I only know of one crypto wallet, and I didn't know that it could actually be done. I know of one crypto wallet where they're using actually two-factor authentication, like a Google Authenticator. Most of the websites, you know, most of the exchanges we know, they all work with anti-phishing codes, they work with two-factor authentication. But when it comes to the crypto wallets, none of them uses this, and I don't understand it. And now we've seen that there's a wallet who can do it, or, you know, so why don't the others do it? Public Wi-Fi risks, you know, especially when you're in airports, hotels, and restaurants, and you're dealing with cryptos, be aware that if you're using the same network, the same public network, there could be sitting somebody at the next table and could be phishing your information. So these are the most common threats in 2025. Crypto scams that I experienced myself, whether myself or within the community. Theta Web Wallet, I mentioned this before. 2 people just typed in Theta Web Wallet into Google, put in their user data, they put in their key store file, and everything was stolen for them. One was 20,000, one was 15,000 euros, all gone. So another thing, stolen recovery receipts, happens all the time. It always goes through direct messages, people pretending to be working for a company whatsoever, and then whoosh, everything is gone. Stolen private keys goes into the same thing. API trading hacks, I had somebody, family father from the UK, living in Dubai, calls me up just before Christmas, bawling his eyes out, guy in his 40s, he said, what's going on? He said, I was trading with this API platform from Sweden that was recommended by some of the crypto influencers around the world. I registered with them. You know, I gave them the API trading keys for Binance, and I was trading. They were trading in behalf of me on Binance, and it was very successful. And now I lost everything. So it's like, okay, well, how much did you lose? Was it like 5,000, you know, or 10,000? He said it was about 400,000 US dollars. My wife doesn't even know about what happened. You know, what can I do? I said, you know what? I think you can't do anything because you're never going to see your cryptos again. Even if something that you keep on exchanges, everything is get hacked, it's so hard to track everything. It's this whole process. It's very unlikely that you will ever see your cryptos again. Liquidity scams. People have been connecting their MetaMask with apparent Web3, providers in the crypto space for liquidity, not realizing that they're basically, signing a smart contracts, handing over everything in their wallet. Another family father from London calls me up and he's like, Sebastian, I don't know what to do. I said, what did you do? He said, well, I've been, I came to your classes. I never really used MetaMask. I connected to the scheme. And then they were giving me all these huge rewards, and I was like, oh, so there, he became very greedy. And then he sold some of his cryptos, he sold more of his cryptos and became more and more and more. And all of a sudden he had $50,000 that he handed over. And then he's like, well, I was trying to, cash it out, but they didn't let me. But they said, somebody in that fake Instagram community contacted him and said, well, if you actually now add another 50,000, you can pay out when you're 100,000. And he was seriously considering this. And I said, please don't fall for it. And but people are like so desperate when they lose everything that they're falling for these scams. Multi-level marketing scams all the time, been through them myself. Send something to an external marketplace, external platform for mining, trading, whatsoever. 100% always scam. Please don't do that. Lost passwords all the time. People have contacted me around the world. I can't get into my wallet. What do I do now? I said, well, do you still have your recovery seeds or your private keys? No, not sure. I didn't really, write it down, but I can't find my password. Same thing. If you don't have a password, you don't get in. If you don't have the private keys or recovery seeds, then you're done. And also, let me ask you, how many of you are still using a password manager on their computer? Let's be honest. Thank you. How many of you know 1Password, the password manager? Well, it's a pretty known one around the world. A friend of mine came to the crypto classes. Her husband is a pilot. He thought, no, I don't need to do this. I can do all of these things by myself. He had a 1Password manager. And I told everybody, don't keep anything on your computer, not even in the password managers. And he never came to the classes. He didn't listen to his wife. He had a password manager. He didn't only have his entire passwords and private keys and recovery seeds. He had everything from his entire life in there. Accidentally, he clicked a link, downloaded malware. The spyware basically, opened up his 1Password manager and wiped out everything. He could actually literally go into different wallets and he could see how they were drained in real time and he could do nothing about it. He was trying to send some of the cryptos away, but basically they wiped out everything. Saying that, if you still have a password manager, please don't keep anything on there and try to keep everything externally, not on your computer, because at the end of the day, you never know when you click a link or what happens, Common security crypto threats 2025, security alerts and measures, what you can do to protect yourself. I know most of you have heard about these things before, you're already doing it, and some of you are like, I haven't thought about this. Write it down, if there's something that you haven't done, please do it, because you might think the bull market is just about to start again, we all know. How many of you think that the bull market is just about to really go into the parabolic phase? Yay. How many of you really hope that it's going to go and that Theta is going to go to 500? How many of you have heard these? I want to ask, how many of you have heard from these crypto remote viewing people who said that Theta is going to go into the thousands? Yay. Well, let's hope that they're right. Anyway, so we all expect that the bull market is really going into the parabolic phase in the next few weeks and months. And then it will be, approximately we have about 900 million people in the crypto space around the world now. There will be another billion coming in the next 2 or 3 years, and another billion until 2030. It's going to be wild. And all these things will be needed more, and I hope there will be more education in the future, because I think there needs to be some sort of framework on how to rescue people from being, their assets being stolen. All right. Unsecure communication channels. Be cautious if anybody contacts you through chats, direct messages, and emails. I think that's a no-brainer, but most of the people actually think. For example, I was in this Telegram support group of a cryptocurrency wallet, and the moment I asked a question in there, I had 3 scammers contacting me directly within 20 minutes. 3 different people, pretending that they're a support group, they know what's going on. At the end of the day, they always want one thing: they want your money. Remote access vulnerabilities. Remove remote access software like TeamViewer from your computers, because there's always a risk in there. Fake airdrops. We've all heard about airdrops, the good ones, the bad ones, the ugly ones, and the scammy ones. And there's a lot of fake airdrops. Usually when people announce this on social media, then you have to click a link, and then they say, okay, give us your private keys, and then we will basically credit it to your account. It's all nonsense, but millions of people are unfortunately still falling for it. Phishing websites, you will realize that I keep repeating certain things. It's not because I forgot to take it out, but I actually do it on purpose, because some of the things you need to talk all the time. And I know that a lot of people also in the crypto space don't do these things. They just go in there and go Google and then find something. So try to use correct websites and avoid phishing sites. Bookmark links, very important. Address risk. Generate new public addresses for each transaction if possible. For example, you can do that on Trezor. Most of the soft wallets you can't do that, but if possible, try to do that. Storage insecurities. Instead of keeping anything on your utilize hardware wallets for long-term storage, like Trezor or Ledger or the other usual suspects. Doesn't mean that the soft wallets are not safe, but this is for, I keep most of my portfolio long-term storage, big amounts in Trezor. Device vulnerabilities, avoid storing sensitive files on devices. I've mentioned this before. New device setup, be mindful of wallets and two-factor authentication codes, especially of Google Authenticator, when setting up new PCs and mobile devices. So basically, if you transfer the data from your old phone to your new phone, the app of the Google Authenticator will be in there, but not the keys. So don't throw away the old. So you need to be aware. You need to be aware of that, especially also in London. Basically, try to computer walls. You might have struggled it. There was some keys. People understand it. Okay, it's one thing to the other. Companies, banks, two-factor with this one was only the keys and things. Even from also you can see that to Theta. Wallets are using it. Best so and you pass it on. Don't say here password is for one the other skill. It's attached and any of. If we now we have 17 points on 4 big of which is as a one step to the boss is not building how many of you have ever had a good neighbor, a friend, somebody from the family, somebody working colleague who came to you, I've got this new coin, you got to invest in this. How many of you ever had that? Somebody come up to you and say, you got to do this. And then what happens? You usually go into some state of FOMO. You're like, oh, when the kids are running around, or when, you have to run to the gym, and then all of a sudden, I need to make this transaction. Take your time and be quiet and relaxed about it. If you don't know what to do, ask somebody for help. I know so many people, they're very proud of not asking others for help, but I think this is something important that you need to do, because you don't want to make a mistake and then figure something out by yourself, and then everything is all of a sudden gone, and then you ask somebody for help. Please ask somebody for help before you do anything. Use cold storage. We mentioned this before. If possible, buy a new computer only for cryptos. A lot of people have done this in our community, and a lot of people feel very good once they have a computer only for cryptos. You don't have to do it necessarily, but if you feel more comfortable, I think that's a good way. At least then there's nothing on the computer that can harm you from the beginning. Don't ignore security warnings of browsers, PC, or antivirus. So if the antivirus jumps on and says, okay, watch out for this website, or watch out for the content of this email, don't ignore it. Take it very seriously. Don't keep any coins with exchanges, and don't fall for the fear, uncertainty, doubt, and for the FOMO. I think that's super important. And I mentioned this before. Don't be tired, distracted, or stressed. Be cool, calm, and collected whenever you do anything in the crypto space. How many of you have ever heard about the Swiss exchange Swissborg? Has anybody heard about Swissborg? How many of you have not heard about Swissborg? Ah, okay, thank you. Swissborg is a very reputable exchange from Switzerland. When people think about Switzerland around the world, from my experience, everybody's like, oh, everything is very secure in Switzerland, good reputation, good technology, good people, good everything. Always people look up to Switzerland. Obviously, we have the town of Zug, crypto capital of the world, over 800 blockchain companies in Zug, very famous. Open Theta is registered there as well. And everybody thinks very highly of Switzerland, and of course of their exchanges as well. So how can it happen that just a few days ago, on September 9th, Swissborg was hacked, and $41 million was stolen in Solana, and everything was gone. From my research, I believe that about 90% of the people in the crypto space around the world are keeping their coins with exchanges. And that's wrong. Why is that? It's because nobody tells them. And the exchanges, they don't tell you, because the exchanges, they need the coins to be trading. They use, the exchanges are really drained a lot, and they need your coins, so they don't tell you, don't keep your coins here. But crypto, at the end of the day, is not buying your coins on an exchange and leaving them there and staking them or anything. Crypto is always, the real definition is, become your own bank, buy it with an exchange, put it into your wallet, and that's it. Yeah. So it happens to the best. If you don't think it can happen to Binance or wherever you store your crypto, let me ask the question. How many of you are keeping any cryptocurrencies with any exchanges or exchangers? Thank you. You got to take them off there. They belong into the wallet. That's where they belong. And yeah, it happens to the best. It happened to Bitfinex. It happened to exchanges anywhere around the world. And it happens in the countries where you think this could never happen. So it happens all the time. Lots of people lost their money. They shouldn't have left there to begin with. So please be aware of that. When it comes to Theta wallet security, please, as I mentioned before, use the proper links of the Theta website and the web wallet, and bookmark it. And then go onto your Brave browser, click on the bookmark, and then you go on the website and you can go from there. Because if you don't, you could actually really fall for, I think it was, Kyle, it was you, right? You told me about, you were informed by somebody who had actually also used, or that there are phishing sites on of the Theta web wallet on right now, just from the last few days. So this is not something that happened a year ago or 5 years ago. It happens all the time. When it's being taken down, it could take days or weeks, and then it's probably back up again under a different name, so be aware of that. Set a strong password, as I mentioned before. Do not save any passwords on the browser, very important, because especially with the web wallet, the browser asks you, do we want to save the password? No, we don't. Please write down the mnemonic phrase manually, and store the you know, this word is really something. Why don't you use the word recovery keys or recovery seeds? Wes, because I'm struggling as a German native. I'm struggling with mnemonic. You know, it took me like mnemonic. It's the mnemonic phrase. Passwords and keys to file everything externally. Don't keep anything on the computer, and do not keep any coins on exchanges. We said that before. Okay, when it comes to MetaMask, it's another thing, because this talk today is about also Web3. There are a lot of developers here who are, looking at creating dApps and opportunity in the Theta network space where we can basically access to. How do we access? With a wallet, one of the web wallets we're all aware of. Some of you have bought their tickets through MetaMask here on, connecting with OpenTheta, buying the NFT, and you can do this through MetaMask, but through other platforms as well. Just for that, phishing attacks, avoid fake websites, extension, and dApps as well, because also in the dApp space, it's not only about different websites. In the dApp space, they're creating fake dApps where people connect, and then everything could be gone. Always verify URLs and never share your seeds, private keys and recovery seeds. Smart contract risk, carefully review permissions before interacting with dApps. Revoke unnecessary approvals. The moment you're actually clicking confirm and you approve the transaction, you never know what you're signing, if it could be a fake player in the ecosystem. Transaction signatures. Avoid blind signing, verify all transactions details before confirming the transaction. Connections. Disconnect, very important. Disconnect after using and lock out the wallet. If you don't know where that is, if you go into MetaMask, on the top right, there are like 3 little dots. You click on them, and then you go into connections, or in German you say Genehmigungen, and then you see where you're still connected. You go in there and disconnect from all these dApps that you used before, and then lock out of the wallet. Watch out for fake token approvals, ignore unsolicited tokens and cryptos, and verify tokens on trusts and platforms. That applies to everybody who all of a sudden realizes, oh, I didn't know that, I bought this NFT or I bought that NFT. Fake coins are being sent to your wallets. Fake NFTs are being sent to your MetaMasks. Don't interact with them, just leave them as is. And browser vulnerabilities, only use trusted extensions and keep your browser updated. And as I said before, for me, the #1 browser in the world, most secure, is the Brave browser. We're almost done. There's another thing that is super interesting, and this is where I need your help. 2 months ago, I was sitting with the CEO of a company called CallSign. Anybody want some info, I can send it to you afterwards. CallSign has developed probably the most intricate ways of authenticating yourself on a platform. They have already partnered with the biggest banks in the world, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Santander, you name it, around the world. The biggest banks in the world have already been using their platform, and unfortunately, only one cryptocurrency company, and that's Crypto.com. And what is CallSign, what they're doing is, and I'm leaning myself out of the window, and I talked to the CEO and I said, can we do this in the crypto space? And then we had a long conversation about this. I mean, he's like a super genius and when it comes to coding and everything. And then we talked about it for a long time. He said, yes, I believe we can prevent 99% from crypto thefts around the world with this technology. So that's why I've been contacting wallet providers, exchanges around the world. Unfortunately, when you contact anybody, they always think you're a scammer. That's by the way, when we tried to contact Theta last year, and we were trying to look for Theta because we wanted Theta for an integration of a project that we'll be talking about tomorrow. Theta, we were scammers, and we couldn't find an office of Theta, and we thought Theta was a scam, and then finally we got together, and we love each other, we know each other, we respect each other, we know that I'm not a scammer and nobody's a scammer, but that's how it works. If you contact anybody, they always think you're a scammer, so it's very hard. So if you have any connections to wallets, software providers or exchanges, let me know. They need to know about this technology, because what does it do? It has a digital DNA embedded in there. It knows the real user, if keys or seed phrases, even if the keys or seed phrases are stolen. It has behavioral biometrics, typing, and touch patterns can't be faked. So in the authentication process, you'd be using your wallet. They can measure how you're using, how you're waving your wallet, how you're typing in your password, in which speed you're typing in your password. This technology knows where you are, what network you're using, what device you're using, and how you're using it. So there are specific biometrics in there. Device fingerprint, blocks login from unknown devices, silent logins, fraud checks, easy setup, regular reading. I mean, this whole thing, in my opinion, is a game changer that every single wallet and every single exchange need to be using, because if it's only a chance that 50% or 80%, but they say 99% of fraud can be prevented, I think this would be a game changer for the entire industry, and I'm very surprised that nobody even knows about it. So basically, you have an authentication that can be implemented in any exchange or any wallet, and the moment you're using it, you have to authenticate yourself with all your biometrics and everything. It's a whole huge list of AI-driven features. And then, let me give you an example. If somebody gets a hold of your private keys, for example, and they're importing the private keys in another Theta wallet or some other wallet somewhere at the end of the world, let's say in Australia, and then they're trying to actually send something from that wallet to a third-party wallet so you don't have access to it anymore, they would actually have to type in everything the way you do. And the moment it actually happens, the system will say, okay, you're in Australia, you're not in Germany where you usually are, you're using an Android device and not an Apple device as you usually do, and the way you type in your password and all the ingredients doesn't match with what we have about you. We are blocking the transaction. And I think that's a cool thing. Who thinks it's a cool thing? Yeah, so if you know anybody, please let us know, because we need to spread the word, because we want to be rich and famous with crypto, and we don't want to be taken out by the end when everything is gone, and so we want to prevent everything. So to just give you a quick run through again, and then I promise I'm done. Please use trusted messenger services, and I know this is a live stream, so please, everybody who listens to this, if you don't have it, implement it, because it could be your cryptos in the future and that of your family, so take care of yourself. Use secure email providers, browsers and search machines, strong passwords, antivirus software, super important. Bitdefender, the best on top of the notch. VPN protection, which is basically also in the Bitdefender. You can basically cover all your devices in your household and everything. Secure with two-factor authentication. Take care of your private keys and recovery seeds. Store them externally. Don't let anybody see them. Don't ever give them out. Keep everything externally. Use only secure networks. Bookmark, bookmark, bookmark. And if you don't know what you're doing, ask somebody for advice. And basically, stay under the radar, especially at crypto events. And don't wave around, because people will come and might kidnap you. Anyway, I know I overdrew quite a lot, but once I'm going, I can't stop. And I think this is such an important subject, and I hope you could learn something. Yeah, spread the word. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sebastian. Yeah, great talk. One thing from my side, I heard the talk in the US last year. After that, I moved almost all my crypto off every exchange and put it in a wallet, in a ledger. So you already influenced one person at least to do the right thing. Yeah, we are going to take now a short break, so 5 minutes just to get to the bathroom. If you want to smoke, you can go on the rooftop we have here on top, or to grab a drink, and then 5 minutes we will be back and we will raffle off something very special from a partner from Theta. So be excited about that. And yeah, see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you for all coming. we thank obviously Theta. They partnered with Olympique Marseille just a few weeks, months ago. And Olympique Marseille was so kind to send us some shirts that we obviously want to give back to the community. And yeah, so we'll start with the first one. Chang is our raffle guy.
All right, guys. Then, who is the lucky winner of the first raffle? Oh, yeah. Should I take this one or this one? All right, the lucky winner, number 1, is 639. Yes. Really? Yay! Then come to the front. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks, Simon.
So we have some more stuff, so keep the small paper you have with the number very secure. So we will go through the whole day and tomorrow to give away some things.
The next raffle is later.
Yeah, so next we want to dive into the hackathon, and as obviously I have a few different roles. One is my co-founding ThetaEuroCon and organizing it, but also helping people out at the hackathon from the technical side as developer advocate for Theta. I got into the Theta space actually through a hackathon. So in Q4 2021, I won the NFT prize for the hackathon, and since then have been building Open Theta, which is an NFT platform on the Theta blockchain, and that was the start basically into the Theta ecosystem and the start for me to become an entrepreneur. And yeah, that I own the whole journey to be today here. And now we had some really great hackers over the last 5 days. So we started on Sunday, and they were working 12 hours a day from 9 in the morning to 9 in the night. And some of them even after that, after we officially closed here at home, we have hackers from around the world. So from Spain, from the US, from Germany, from Prague, Kazakhstan. So really, bringing the developer community together and building on the Theta blockchain and the Theta Edge Cloud with AI and blockchain technology. And it was a really tough decision. I'm happy that I didn't take part in doing the decision, because there were so many so good projects that participated. And because of that, we as a team decided not only rewarding the first 3, but adding 4 additional spots for the 4th spot that also will win $1,000 and $5,000 in AWS credits. So there will be a lot more winners than initially thought. And then for the most promising projects for the future, we are running or will run the incubator program, which will fund them with the cash and also with the support from our side on the dev side, marketing side, and anything they need, also from Theta Labs. So they can really turn their hackathon project into a startup. And then the goal is in next year, when we're here back here, they raise their first round and pitch again their project to the community. For the hackers, for that, we will get to the projects we think have the biggest potential to go ahead and become a real world product with users and everything, and not just a hackathon project. So yeah, let's dive shortly into like a flashback from the past week And then after that, we will have Wes announce the third place and the fourth places, and the first and second place will be announced tomorrow. Thank you.
Welcome to Berlin, guys. My name is Emery. We're here at the ThetaEuroCon and BlockJam. The BlockJam is our ThetaEuroCon Hackathon, which we kicked off 1 week before. We had more than 70 registrations, 40 developers, 15 projects. We already saw the pitches, had a great week with a lot of fun, good vibes, good food, good drinks. And now we're looking forward for the winners in the next 2 days. They will be announced at the ThetaEuroCon.
It's been really good actually, working in the hackathon environment for 5 days. Lots of energy in the room.
Berlin is in Germany one of the big tech hubs and startup hubs, so it was obvious for us to launch our first hackathon here.
A lot of academia, a lot of professional sports teams and corporates are utilizing the Edge Cloud. We need some new engineers and new projects who can really leverage our Edge Cloud.
I think it's the first time it's been an in-person event, and I think some of the ideas in the room are fantastic.
And in particular, this in-person hackathon, this year BlockJam, was really a step up. These hackathons are critical to developing the Theta ecosystem. The true use cases and the apps that are going to be built on top of Edge Cloud is going to come from teams like this, so we see at these hackathons.
Community developers are the most important people for crypto projects, and a lot of times they're overlooked. If you don't have people out there building and expanding the ecosystem slowly dries up. So they are the most important person in the project.
I think what the BlockJam has done for the Theta AI ecosystem has been tenfold. You know, you put 30 developers in a room, all hammering that system. Definitely gave some great analytics to the Theta team, and really let us push that envelope.
This is like customer feedback in some ways for our development direction. If we're getting feedback from these teams that, you know, they've got a scalable app they want to build, but there's these bottlenecks because of X, Y, and Z about data, that's how JE and our team understand what they need to change and what they need to build out of the blockchain to meet that developer demand.
In my opinion, this hackathon gives the people who are attending this event like a really special opportunity in order to like putting themselves out there, because like even if you're like a great developer, you need like a good network, and I think this is something BlockJam and also the ThetaEuroCon can provide it really, really well.
Projects that participate in the hackathon and win, they get into our incubator program. So we take them on the journey from a hackathon project to an actual startup, and then in the best case after 6 months to raise money. And the goal here is really not to have projects that drop out and just do something for a hackathon, but teams that want to build a startup and want to become founders and continue the journey beyond the hackathon.
The startups that we saw pitching here, they're targeting a much bigger audience. They're just trying to build viable products that customers want. They happen to utilize Edge Cloud, but it's not just trying to build something for Web3 and shoehorn it in to something. They're focused on customers and users, which is really what they should be at.
Yeah, I think BlockJam is a great start to building a wider, more well-known community. It's going to be really interesting to see what emerges from this one and how we take that on next year.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
Right, so yeah, I mean, I think Tom said it all. It was, if you weren't here for this hackathon, it was a great energy. It's great to see a lot of old friends here, but also the new faces that came to participate in the hackathon and hopefully join Theta community. Yeah, as Simon said, he started from one of our earliest hackathons, and seeing the change from then and the quality of the hackathons and the teams increase has been really amazing. I guess blame the organizers, because in the early days it was me organizing these online hackathons, and it was a bit of a mismatch. But now, Simon, Chang, Emery, you guys have done an amazing job bringing this event together. I know there's already talks for the next coming up, and we definitely will be there to support you guys. I think this has been incredible. So with that said, I'm happy to announce the third place winner to start, who will win $1,500 plus AWS has donated $10,000 worth of AWS credits to the third prize winner. And with that, I'll announce Skein, a project built by longtime Theta community members, Tom, Yus, Jeremiah, and Audrey, is our third place winner. And I'd like to invite Tom to the stage, who I think is going to be presenting it. Tom, are you here? Yeah. Welcome. Give the team a hand.
I would not.
Jeremiah, congrats.
Actually, I think Jeremiah, did you want to do it?
Yeah, I think I'll start. All right, our project was Skein, and for me, this journey started out a little bit rough. My first flight to Europe was canceled, my second flight to Europe was canceled, and the third flight they got me on had a 10-hour layover in Munich. So when I showed up here, I was exhausted. I walked in and I said, guys, what am I doing? And they go, we don't know. So I paid for that on day 3 and 4, and was up till almost 2 o'clock writing code to get this to work. So what we built was, one of the things that was important to me was that we use the community nodes. I said, I'm not building something that doesn't use community nodes. We have to bring the community in. And what we built was an AI model that takes pictures and turns it into videos.
My personal data.
Well, there you have it, folks. Surprisingly, I don't know how we did it, but we did all that in 3 days. I would like to say 5, but with Jeremiah and myself, delayed a little bit. It's amazing what you can do when you put 4 people at a table together. I'll say this. This guy is a guy who I've competed against in hackathons for years. These guys too, like we were all enemies. Now I can say we were best friends. I think everyone who's here is amazing. I've talked to a lot of you. We all bring our own unique kind of flair, but when you put those flares together, it's like the infinity gauntlet, It's like, it's the power is just, what we built together is almost unbelievable. And I don't know, I'm just really happy to be here. And I don't know, I was asked to come up here and talk about the app, but I told Jeremiah, I said, by that third old fashioned last night, I don't think I can do that. We just found out 10 minutes ago that we got this, so thank you, Jeremiah. But that I'd rather just talk about what the experience has been like. And I'll tell you, it's been amazing, and I really hope you guys do this again. Because like I said, you're missing out if you're not, coming to these type of events. Well, that's it. I mean, I guess, do we want to talk about this a little bit, or okay, yeah. So it was funny. I got here and it was just like Jeremiah, like Yus and Next were working, and I'm just like, what am I gonna do? And the funny thing is, we're the Americans, they're the Dutch, and but I work with Yus, and Jeremiah works with Next, and I've come to learn something very funny about the way Americans program versus the way the Dutch program. And I've come with this saying, the Americans will do it quickly, the Dutch, they'll do it correctly. So, we had none of this in mind on day one, and what happened was, you had gotten the H100 up, and we were playing around with it, and the AI models were doing really wacky stuff. And I said, man, we need to come up with some type of, I don't know, personality matrix. Okay, let's coin that, right? So we built this entire platform that allows you to, with drag and drop interfacing, you can pick, you know, everything from an archetype to a mood, to even a mood influencer, like calm, nervous, and you've seen a little bit of that in there. But I guess that was not, okay. So what was the problem we were looking to solve here? I think the phrase was turning vision into reality. You know, we, especially as the engineer types, you know, and unless you're like my very creative friend Ben back there, you know, engineers, you know, we're not usually the best at graphics, you know, right? So, but we have great ideas. And so the idea was kind of like, well, what if we can think it, if we can imagine it, then why can't we make that come true? And that's probably a great model for something. Anyway, so yeah, filmmaking, prototyping, education, films, you know, news productions. There's great use for this, you know, health, you know, messages. Yeah, I guess it's working. Oh yeah, so the team. We can skip that. We did that. Yeah. The technology stack. So the wildest thing about this is that you know, we wanted to have this solution where you could take not just a video, but you could put multiple videos together, stitch them together, and have a storyline. Build that storyline, that storyboard, and make it come to life. So, you know, we did everything from generating the image, the base image, animating that image, and then putting voice to that image, to that movie. And it's literally one model feeding into the next, feeding into the next, feeding into the next. And so we couldn't demo the whole thing the other day because sometimes it takes, you know, 1 to 5 minutes for each. So, but we did throw together something for you all to watch coming up here, I think in, what, 2 more slides?
Yeah. I think you'll have to play the last video.
Yeah. Does he have it?
You should have the last video to play. He's coming.
Okay.
Yeah, the last video.
Enjoy. Yeah, this is the personality matrix, by the way. Yeah, I forgot there's no music on this, so I should be talking through this. So as you can see, you can drop and drag down. And what he's working on the last shot of this clip, and it says, absolutely, it's been life-changing. And he's minting that final scene, rendering it, and...
You've been using the Lvita wearable for a while now. How has it been working for you?
I've had it on for about 90 days. It's been tracking my health around the clock, and I feel more confident knowing everything's being monitored.
That's great to hear. How do you feel about the privacy side of things?
That's actually one of the best parts. My personal data stays secure, but I still get the health insights I need to stay on top of things.
Would you recommend it to others?
Absolutely. It's been life-changing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So our third place, yeah, great job. You guys really were here from the morning till evening, working. Thank you for participating. Thank you for flying in from the US and from the Netherlands. So one last thing I think for the block jam before we move on is for the 4th place winners to collect your prize. Obviously be tomorrow here. I will also announce like the timing when it is in the Telegram group. And then next, we just heard them talking about it in the video, will be up Ali from Lvita and giving us an insight into Lvita and what they're doing and what's coming up. Give it up for Ali. Great to see everyone. So I remember last year, actually, I was planning to attend EuroCon, and there was a last-minute logistics challenge I couldn't join. So first time that I'm here, EuroCon on the stage, and just a fantastic, fantastic environment. Perhaps a little more, I would say, cozier than ThetaCon last year, but actually the environment and the atmosphere is fantastic, and the camaraderie that's being built around the ThetaCon, around the hackathon, and of course, today and tomorrow is just fantastic. So super excited to tell you about what we've been doing on Lvita, all the updates. Hats up to the third place winners for their fantastic demo. It was great. So how many actually have you guys have heard about Lvita before, whether you've been in Theta or not? Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful, the majority of the room. So you probably know, I go through maybe a little short introduction for a few that may have not heard Lvita, or the ones that are, oh great, thank you, that are online and are seeing it for the first time. So as you know, Lvita is essentially a health data platform with focus on data privacy. So there has been almost countless incidents of data breaches, incidents that has affected millions of users worldwide, people that have trusted their data, especially health data, which is very important, personal, and sensitive. And these data breaches has caused countless challenges for individuals. Now, beyond that, of course, what has been the trend and the momentum in the last few years is the use of generative AI and what it can do in terms of helping individuals to understand their information, to be able to interpret, if you have taken a lab test recently, if you have a diagnosis, if you want to learn more about a condition of yourself or for your loved ones and friends, or generally understand more about some health topic. So bringing this all together, and of course giving the ownership and the control of the data to the individuals, is why we started Lvita. So all these three pillars is the core of Lvita. As mentioned, so if you have experience with perhaps MyChart, which is one of the most used health applications in US, it's very hard to access, it's very hard to interpret the data. You may see something there, you don't know what it means, you have to contact your doctor, you have to wait for them to respond. You may use one of these chatbots like ChatGPT or some other ones, but then you'd be completely sacrificing your privacy, giving all of your information away. You don't know who else is going to use it, if it's going to be data breach. So all of these, that makes it very challenging and very concerning for individuals when it comes to their health data. So what Lvita has done is essentially providing a unique platform, both as a mobile app and a web platform, all integrated, that provides a secure AI companion, like essentially a buddy, not a doctor, but somebody that's very knowledgeable about health and can use your context in terms of understanding your data, understanding your information, all the while ensuring the privacy. So everything that you use in Lvita app is completely controlled by the user. Lvita itself, as a company, does not have access to the information. It's fully encrypted end-to-end, and is only used by and accessed by the users. So in this journey, what we're creating is essentially a full circle of data and intelligence. So users, I think this one does have a laser, right? Pointer. So the users can use their electronic health records. In the future, we'll be able to use their wearables data, all sort of healthcare information, and provide that into a health data platform that's provided by Lvita in a secure end-to-end encrypted way. And then be able to use that to essentially, with the medical AI engine that's built in as a secure LLM-based chatbot in the app, to gain information insight about their data. And as they do that, of course, they understand more about their health.
And that provides more information and more data for them to use and essentially going through this flywheel. So over time, it actually increases awareness of individuals understanding and tracking their health and being able to improve their wellness and health over time. I'm going to spend a few slides just explaining on the technology, and then I go talk more about the app itself. I think it's very important to actually understand a little bit, with a little more technical detail, what the technology does, because ultimately it's very different from anything that's out there. It's very, very unique, and that's why we're very excited about this prospect and this growth so far. So again, everything is based on privacy-preserving platform that we have built. So a decentralized infrastructure that's using the Theta Edge Cloud, a secure data storage and secure computing, again, means end-to-end encryption for data, and building a medical AI engine that can use the data. This is all built on a secure key management system. What does secure key management system do is essentially provide the full control to the users. So it's only the users that are able to decrypt the data when they want. When the data is decrypted, it's only on their device, or like a mobile device, or if you're using your desktop. And it's only the users that keep essentially the keys. So Lvita itself, as a company, does not have access to the keys. So that's why actually one of the experiences that we have seen with the users, if they lose their password, or for some reason lose their device, actually it's not possible for them to recover the data. And that's by design, because it's supposed to be that nobody other than the users can access the data. So because of those security features, in that case, they actually have to go and connect their data again in the case that they lose their password and so on. And of course, all of this based on Lvita subchain, a TNT20 chain that's all based on the security provided by the Theta network, and it's a great partner for us along the way. So we talked a little bit about this, that essentially data is secure at rest. This is when it's on your device. It's secure in transit, which means that when you're using the LLM chatbot, large language model chatbot, the data is fully encrypted when it's going to the GPU essentially for analysis. And it's also secure in use, meaning that once it's being analyzed in the GPU, it's completely inside what is called a confidential virtual machine. So this technology, confidential virtual machine, this is a screenshot from Microsoft Azure, which is one of our partners. This is actually a very new technology. It's less than 12 months old, so literally came out in October of last year. So in terms of providing really the latest technology for privacy-preserving computation, bringing the latest compatibility with GPUs and LLMs to the users, really cutting-edge technology, and at the same time providing it in such a way that's accessible to users at very low, essentially free cost. So we're very excited that actually we are bringing the latest infrastructure, H100 GPUs, for the users to be able to take advantage of. So when you're using Lvita, essentially you're using NVIDIA H100 Tensor Core GPUs. This is one of the most capable GPU infrastructure out there. Actually, I think in our community, Theta community, I don't know how many H100s we have. Does anybody know that number? 2? Don't know, okay. Well, we have many GPUs, but H100s are definitely a little more expensive and not as easy to access. But again, at Lvita, what we want to do for sure is to bring the latest technology to the users and provide it essentially for the benefit of the individual users. And based on that, of course, I described this key management system without going into too much details that provides this secure computing architecture for the users to be able to access this. What I would like to highlight is, of course, based on all this secure computing and secure storage infrastructure, what we're doing is also something important, which is right up here. A big part of health is actually accessing the data. I don't know how many of you have had the experience that you've gone to the hospital, maybe you had a procedure, maybe you had some test taken, and then it was so painful to actually get the results back. And once you get the results back, if you wanted to ask opinion from a second doctor, or if you wanted to share with a friend or a family member, or if you just wanted to check something that you have taken a year ago, it's such a hard problem and such a hard process to access your data and access your information from anywhere that you want, from your mobile device at a later point in time, and be able to securely share it with others. So what we have done at Lvita is actually create completely secure gateways to these, what is called electronic health record providers. So you can seamlessly, when you download the Lvita app, you can seamlessly connect with your hospital. Let's say, you're using, I'm using an example from United States, using, for example, Stanford Hospital System. So you can seamlessly connect with them, be able to authenticate, get your data. The data will be fully secured, fully end-to-end encrypted, and you can access it at any time that you want. On top of that, you can have all of your data in one place. So let's say if you have visited multiple hospitals, multiple doctors, that they use different electronic health record systems, instead of having to access different systems each time, you can have all of them in one place and provide that as a context for your secure companion, the AI, the medical AI engine, to be able to understand everything that you want to know about your health and your wellness. So that's a very important part of the system that's also we've been working on for a long time to provide to the users. So all of this, where does it bring us? So talking a little bit about the technology, hopefully that was to give you a little more context of why it's useful. So today, we're very proud that now we have launched Lvita across mobile platform and App Store, so both on Android and Apple Store. So you can go and search for Lvita, either the website, access the web platform, or on the mobile device, download the app, and it's all one fully integrated. You can sign on with your email or like a Google account or Apple ID and be able to use it from anywhere in the world. So for the web platform, platform.lvita.ai, that's the URL to access it. And then, of course, for the mobile app that we have launched in Q2. So the mobile app, actually, maybe just again by show of hands, how many people may have had the chance to download or use it? Beautiful, beautiful. So it's definitely gaining traction. We have only launched a few months ago, so it's still very young and very early days. But what we're very excited to talk about is actually the growth that we've been seeing. So this is a tweet that actually Mitch retweeted yesterday, or X post, from one of our contributors and community members, Danny, who's based in South America, I believe, or Latin countries. So Lvita AI is actually now been installed more than 50,000 times since launch only a few months ago, a couple of months ago, literally. And it's already one of the top 10 apps, especially in the Latin-speaking countries. So we're very, very excited about the growth of the Lvita community because of the usage that it has for the users and the value it brings. And we think we're going to be one of the top apps that's built on Theta, by Theta community members, but hopefully benefiting everybody, regardless if they're Theta member or even a crypto enthusiast, because health is a global matter, and then everybody's benefiting from understanding more about their wellness, about their health, and being able to improve that. So we're very excited for that. To give you a comparison, let me go back to the previous slide. So on the Google Android Play, essentially the App Store for Google, if you look at the category of health and fitness apps, right? So on the top, you can see, okay, these are the top ones. Perhaps you realize some of them. Maybe you use Teledoc. This was become very popular during COVID. Many people use it for telehealth appointments and so on. My chart is one that's very popular. So this is one provided by a company called Epic. It's a US-based company, but it has presence all over the globe. It essentially provides electronic health records. And this has been, a top, of course, app. What it does is, if your provider is part of their system, you can download the app and then provide your credentials and then access your, let's say, lab test result and so on. I don't know if you have used it. Actually, how many people do use MyChart? I don't know if it's as popular in Europe. A few people. I have to use it myself. There is no other choice. It's one of those situations that you're kind of subject to whatever your hospital provides. It's very clunky. It's very clunky. It's almost as bad as having a paper and pen system. So the data is provided in a very, I would say, almost disorganized way, in the sense that it's very hard to understand how the data is organized. It's even harder to understand how you can interpret the data. So maybe the data is written in essentially a medical language that's maybe better understood by your provider, but then for you to understand what exactly it means, all these lab results. And there is literally zero AI intelligence. There is no AI integration in it whatsoever. I think that's by design, or maybe it's very hard for them to integrate all these AI features. But let's say if you wanted to use that data to ask a simple question, what does it mean for my latest blood test? Of all these measurements that I've had, I want to know, of course, is something out of range? I want to know, what should I do? Should I change my nutrition? Should I change my exercise routine? Should I change other things? It's very hard. And what people end up usually doing is they just copy paste that data, they put it on a Google search or a ChatGPT, hence completely giving up their privacy, just to be able to understand a little bit about their health information and then use the latest AI technology on that. And it's completely broken. And that's the top app currently in the health category. So that's something that has to be changed, and that's what we're shooting for. So hopefully, in one of the future events not too far, we want Lvita to be up there, replacing MyChart as the top health app up there. And we're not that far, right? So it's like MyChart is more than 10 million downloads. We were 50,000, right? So we're not that far. It's only maybe a little bit of exponential growth. But as a matter of fact, what we see in the back end, so the screenshot from the tweet that had 50,000 doesn't, or on the App Store, on the user interface, doesn't update as real time. What we see in real time is that we already passed 100K. So we have 105,000 installs. And across many countries, as you can see, there are many people around the globe, Brazil, Portugal, many in Europe, Italy, Spain, in Asia, Indonesia, South Korea, even India, France, and of course many other countries, including US, North America, including Middle East, including Africa, many people that are already downloading and using Lvita app. So hopefully we'll get to that 10 million soon and be able to replace and provide this wonderful service to people globally. Yeah? Yeah, I wonder myself. I think, oh yeah, sure. So the question is, why is it so popular in Brazil? That's a great question. I think Theta in general is very popular in Brazil. Is that right? Yeah, Wes, I think.
Yeah, and I don't know if the live stream picked this up, but we had similar experience. We had a similar experience with Brazil being far outside. I mean, it's a very large country, but still it punched way above its weight class in the users in several of their apps. So I don't know if the crypto scene is just very popular, that they're early adopters or what, but interesting that we've seen the same.
Exactly. So, I mean, Theta is a very tight-knit community, and its community members are fantastic, and I think they care a lot about Theta and Theta-based projects, and that's why we've seen this kind of growth and participation. Do we have anybody from any of these countries in the room today? Brazil, Portugal, Italy, Spain, Indonesia, South Korea, we have, right? There you go. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, so thank you all, and great to have this essentially global participation. We're very excited. You know, from the first day, we built Lvita to actually be not just multimodal in terms of you can have health records electronically, you can have imaging data, you can have written PDF data, but we've built it to be multilingual. So if you're using it, you know, in Portuguese or Spanish or English or even Mandarin, it works. So that's what it's been designed for. Of course, we're improving it. You know, the AI model is capable of working different languages, and it gets better and better over time. And of course, we're very excited about this prospect. Okay, a little bit clunky. Okay, so maybe talking a little bit about what's ahead of us, so that what we have achieved and what's ahead for Lvita. So how many of you have heard about AI agents? Wow, wow, okay, that's amazing. Yeah, so they're not just a buzzword, right? So obviously a lot of people talk about them, but it used to be that people talk about software as a service, or SaaS, right? So especially from the cloud revolution, which started in 2006 with AWS, Amazon Web Services, providing its cloud. Initially, it was internally used for its logistics network, then opened it up, and then startups that essentially started using it in a very elastic manner. So, you know, the compute, the storage, everything was accessible to them at low cost. So essentially, it started a whole new era of startups, because now you don't have to go and buy data servers. You don't have to go buy storage. Everything was essentially available to you on demand. So that the whole cloud revolution essentially enabled a whole slew of startups since 2006 and for the following decade. And that created this whole software as a service category of companies that have been, you know, born, and, you know, a lot of startups that have grown to, you know, billions of dollars in revenue and valuation. So what agentic AI or agents do is something very interesting, and it's kind of a next version of software as a service. They call it service as a software. So still SaaS for the acronym, but of a kind of a juxtaposition. And the idea is that AI agents, they provide not just one specific service or like one specific task, something that software as a service companies used to do, but they essentially provide a whole end-to-end service. So almost acting like as a human actor, as a human agent. So you can tell them, hey, I need to do a task. What task that could be, for example, it could be, hey, I need to make an appointment with a doctor, with a specialist. I need to collect all the relevant health data that I have from the past, maybe from my health records, maybe from some of my wearable data, maybe something that I have just written myself, you know, for example, my family history. Provide all that information to the specialist, make an appointment, go see that specialist. Following that, you know, make a follow-up, see what, you know, new routine or medication or things that I have to follow, and essentially at the end maybe also do the insurance-related work for that. So all of this, you know, it's like multiple tasks, right? And it's not just one task that you can just tell a software as a service company can do, but what agentic AI or these AI agents will be able to do is provide a service as a software, provide end-to-end tasks. Almost you have a buddy, a butler, or a administrative person helping you to do all these tasks, right? So that's one of the important things that we have on the roadmap for Lvita. So once we are getting the Lvita app to the hands of many users, as we mentioned, we have a goal of reaching 10 million users in not too distant future. We want to enable the users to be able to use Lvita as essentially their health agent, to be able to ask them to do all these things, again, in a completely secure and privacy-preserving manner, and essentially be your buddy, administrative help, companion with all your health and wellness needs in such a way that's completely seamless and integrated for the users. We're very excited about that. So that's medical AI agents. We talked about data integration. So not just electronic health records, we want to include other type of data, particularly related to wearables. So if you're, of course, wearing a smart watch, other type of smart wearables, be able to completely and seamlessly integrate that data and use that again in your benefit in such a way that's both secure and informative. And lastly, what we call research platform. So this is also very interesting. This is where you want to be able to access the latest medical research, which is, of course, always changing. There's always new medication that are approved by FDAs in US and globally. There are always new research that has been done in terms of new biomedical research, new kind of health-related applications, all these things. And for users to be able to access that and be able to understand what it means, particularly in their own context. So let's say I'm a person, I recently had something related to diabetes. So I have to take care of myself regarding to that. I want to know what is the latest research related to that. I want to know what are the latest medications available to that. So I have a research platform that completely does this for me, and does it in such a way that's almost seamless and doesn't create overhead through medical agents that do it as essentially as a service, as a software. So this is what we're very excited about, and we'll be starting in second half of this year. So it's actually already started, and we'll be going into the next year as we get Lvita in hands of more users. We talked about how Lvita Health Data Platform is integrated with EHR, electronic health record companies. So we're excited. We're already integrated with 1,600 hospitals. These are majority in the US. So of course, that's been our starting point, just because we're based in US. But of course, this is a completely global ambition. So in our next phase also, we're working to integrate with as many hospitals. Of course, this has to be based on regulatory frameworks in different regions, but it's with many hospitals and many providers around the globe. And that's also part of our next phase of growth. And then maybe one quick note about some other points that I'm sure the community is excited or interested to learn more about. So we have talked about, of course, the technology, the multimodal use of data, the confidential virtual machines. That's the basis of the privacy-preserving technology that we have. We talked about the mobile app. There are two other points that I know that community cares a lot about, and we want to briefly mention it today, but we have more announcement about coming in the near future. So one is about Lvita tokens, right? So how many people actually here hold Lvita tokens one way or the other? Either stake it, they just have it airdrop. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for that support. We are thrilled and we are honored by so many members that have Lvita tokens, that have been holding it, staking it for quite some time. And of course, it's very important that how we're going to make sure that the community members benefit from that. So our mantra is that Lvita stakeholders are essentially shareholders of Lvita. So in whichever form that Lvita is going to create value, especially financial value, that's going to be shared by Lvita token holders, essentially Lvita shareholders. And we're working on that, right? It's not perhaps has been as straightforward as just, trading tokens. Obviously, Lvita is a TNT20 token, so in terms of the avenues, exchanges that it can be exchanged on, there are considerations from that perspective. But we're also considering other options, right? So as we're growing the Lvita user base, as we're growing the Lvita usage across the globe, we do have plan for monetization of essentially the technology and this platform. So we will have versions of the app and the platform that are paid version. This is going to be for some of the premium features. So you can imagine that, there are mobile apps that, if you're using like the paid version of ChatGPT, maybe, depending on where you are and around the globe, you pay anything from a few dollars to a few tens of dollars for the premium version of that. And of course, that brings a lot of features. We envision something similar with Lvita, that over time, especially for the users that are not crypto users, but just general audience and general users, and want to use the premium feature of the app, we will have some monetization. And once we have that economics, I'll talk about the business model a little bit. That economic, what is our promise, is that economic will come back to the Lvita stakeholders and Lvita token holders. So that's our promise. And then lastly, what we have talked about is we really want to position Lvita as a premier brand of individual health. So we really want to be, as a brand, known about how it's used by users around the globe. And because of that, we will be doing much more content marketing. As part of that, we will starting a podcast series that will be talking and interviewing with a lot of knowledge or KOLs, key opinion leaders and knowledgeable persons in the field about the future of health, about the future of AI application in health, about the future of data privacy, all these things. And we'll be starting that, from the end of this month. So we'll have more announcement about that coming also soon. So that hopefully will give more visibility and more awareness of Lvita to the global audience. And just to briefly talk about the business model, since we talked about monetization. So there are a few ways that we are considering. I mentioned the subscription model. So we have, a premium version in future. So for people that are either don't use Lvita tokens, or let's put it this way, if you use Lvita tokens, if you're staking Lvita tokens, you'll be able to access the app freely. But if you don't use Lvita tokens, or just are not a crypto native person, you may be just using fiat payment to access the premium features. And in that case, all that monetization, again, we want to channel back to the Lvita token holders. And then there are other models that are also over medium term that we will pursue. So one is API model. In that case, it's not just based on the mobile app, but we have essentially an API that will be accessible to outside developers for the secure platform that we have. And then based on API calls that we'll have a business model of providing that service to the developers. And lastly, data aggregation and resale. I know this sounds a little actually scary, but what we have promised from day one is that everything we'll do is, of course, fully privacy preserving. So for the users that they decide, I want to essentially monetize my data with their informed consent, so they know exactly what they're doing and what they're providing their data for. Let's say you want to participate in a study about, some health condition. Maybe I have diabetes myself, and I want to participate in a study that benefits all diabetes patients globally. So I provide my data. It will be in a fully encrypted way and secure way. But then by participating in such a study, I'll be able to monetize my data and benefit from that. So that's another way for the users also to get benefit, and something that we have in the medium term for our users to be able to access. So with that, I have a couple of slides about medical evaluation sphere, but maybe since we're a little short on time, perhaps I want to stop and see if there are any questions. This is, again, first time that we are live at EuroCon. So for us, it's super exciting to participate. I myself was amazed to see how Lvita is just used by people globally. It's just such a refreshing and reminder of how important this community is and how global the audience is. And for us, it just makes us even more excited to continue to work on this. So with that, I would love to answer if there are any questions. And thank you again for hosting us. Thank you for the amazing EuroCon team for putting this amazing event together. It's just wonderful to have everyone here in one room. And again, hopefully we'll see you again in more of these type of events and with more exciting news. Thank you.
with someone that has a cognitive issue, such as Alzheimer's, what type of wearables are there available that would be suitable, that they wouldn't be able to fiddle with, remove, destroy?
Very good question. So obviously, you know, depending on specific conditions, right? So you're talking about, you know, if somebody, for example, has mild cognitive impairment, so something that can be a little more easily, you know, managed and tracked. Obviously, you know, Alzheimer, that kind of thing has a big spectrum. So depending on where on the progressive timeline of that, you know, condition one person is, there are different ways for intervention and monitoring, that sort of thing. For us, the goal is, ultimately, is we want to do two things. We want to bring the latest technology to the users. So whether it being about the AI, or whether it being about new wearables, whether it being about new research that has been done about a particular condition, we want to bring that to the users. So essentially make access to the latest knowledge, healthcare, and perhaps medical devices easier for users globally. That's number one. And number two is to do it in such a way that ensures data privacy and data control by individuals. So you're not just accessing the latest technology at the expense of your data privacy, but you're actually doing it while you're ensuring your data privacy. So that's our second pillar. So with these two in mind, we will of course work to ensure that we bring more and more type of technologies that become accessible to users. And again, particularly for what condition is, we'll work to bring the most relevant, reliable wearable devices that can track and monitor and can be integrated into Lvita platform, depending on the condition.
Hi there. So about the resale of data, of course you said it was going to be encrypted, but my question was, are the users who are going to accept to resell the data, are they going to know who they resell it to?
Absolutely. Okay. So that's, by the way, something that already exists today. So there are in order of 10,000 clinical trials that's ongoing on any given time. A lot of these clinical trials, depending on what stages and what type of research being done, some of them are drug focused. Let's say somebody unfortunately has a cancer or some type of condition, and they participate in a clinical trial to get treatment with some experimental drug, such that then, of course, that drug is being examined whether it's efficacious for improving that condition. But that's one class of clinical trials. There are many other clinical trials that are more what is called real-world evidence. So let's say even after a drug is approved, which usually maybe takes anything from 7-8 years time frame, then for the following 10-15 years after the drug is approved and available to the global user, FDA in the US and other countries, as well as the drug companies, want to monitor what is usually the long-term effects of a particular drug or a particular kind of a treatment. And then for that, there are a lot of users that are actually willing to participate. Let's say if there's a new, for example, GLP-1 drugs, that's both related to diabetes, but also help with weight loss. Currently, there aren't that many long-term studies that track the use of these type of medications and treatment over, let's say, 20 years. And there are people that, for a variety of reasons, either because their own personal goal or because they just care about particular condition and a particular community, they want to participate in that type of study. That, hey, I'm using GLP-based treatment myself. I want to contribute to a long-term study. What are the benefits or potentially harms of such treatments for the broader users, right? So what Lvita will do is essentially plug into these existing kind of clinical trials related to real-world evidence, and then enable individuals to be able to identify those, and with their informed consent to participate in those type of studies. And those type of studies is already very much regulated. So, in terms of, again, there's an informed consent. You know exactly your data is being used. You know exactly who are, essentially the researchers and, clinical practitioners that are using it, and ultimately how the data is being published. So all of that is very much regulated and transparent. It's a matter of actually just connecting, having a platform to securely connect potential contributors to those type of studies. Thank you, great question.
In one slide, you showed us that you are working already with about 1,600 hospitals in the US. Was that correct? Okay.
Yeah. Integrated with. Yeah.
I'm wondering how you can expand the usage of Lvita, for example, in Germany, and if the hospitals will agree to give you that you have access to the interface or giving you the data, especially here in Germany, for example, we are very old-fashioned. So it's very, very hard to get data via emails, for example, from the doctors, the hospitals, and so on. No? So I'm interested, are you going to solve this problem?
Oh, very good question. Very good question. I was actually very curious about that myself. So I was looking at, there's a breakdown in this bar here, others. Where does Germany stand, right? So surprisingly, not that many. I think it's less than 100 users that currently have access to Lvita in Germany. So I think you're pointing to a very important issue, which is ultimately, we're dealing with something that's not just a technology matter, but it's also a matter of maybe culture, maybe, obviously different regulations and kind of different approach to healthcare. And that's going to be very different country to country, even maybe within one country, from one area to the other. So for us, it's of course very important to provide this to as many people and many audiences, as many as geographies that we can. From a technology perspective, from day one, we have built it that way. So again, the AI models are multilingual. You can upload let's say a PDF that's written in German and be able to interpret that with the AI model. From the hospital integration perspective, that we're doing country by country. Our approach has been, first of all, we started in the US because that's where we're based. So that was the first obvious choice. And then second, we're going after countries that are, I would say, just easier in terms of the logistics and execution, because we, of course, we want to move fast. Turns out, the next set of countries that are easier in terms of integration, there are many in Asia. There are some in Latin America. Europe in particular, because of course, very specific data privacy regulation. And again, like you said, maybe there's also some cultural and historical kind of legacy reasons. It is a little bit harder. So we have to prioritize, but our goal is to provide Lvita services everywhere and anywhere. And when we say we want to be the top on one in the chart, we want to be that in every country. That's our goal. So, Bill Gates famously had this kind of mantra or goal for when he started Windows, where he started Microsoft. When he was a startup, just maybe less than 100 people, that his goal at the time, nobody knew what is computer, like people didn't have the right. And then his goal was, I want to put a PC in every home in every country. And then today, that's a reality, right? And of course, looking now, maybe it's always obvious, but then 30, 40 years ago, that was not obvious. And that was a goal that was set for what he did with the company. And of course, it's the second largest company in the world now, right? So that's our goal also with Lvita. We want to make it accessible in every single country for every single user. And with that ambition, of course, will take time, but we will work on it.
Thank you, Ali. So we have to close the presentation. Many thanks, Ali, for the presentation. It's been great. Thank you for the presentation, Ali. You're having like a great impact on Theta. It's like it's since years now, and it's really nice to have you here. But now we are heading to our lunch break. So we have time until 3 o'clock. Our lunch is on the right, so you can get there, help yourself, and enjoy the lunch. See you at 3.
Hi, Mitch. Hi, G.
Hey, can you guys hear us all right?
Yes, I can hear.
Hey guys, welcome to ThetaEuroCon. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Mitch.
Yeah, it looks like Mitch, you're muted.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey guys.
There you go. Hey guys.
Yeah, I think we just directly dive into some interesting questions for you three. And for the start, how do you feel about the current status of the crypto market, and how does Theta play into it?
Yeah, sure. And I guess we can do a round of intros too. I realize half of you have seen us many times here, but for those that haven't, so my name's Wes Levitt. I'm head of strategy for Theta Labs. I've been with since about 2018 when we were getting off the ground. So it's been a long time together building Theta. And I'll pass it to Jay and Mitch briefly. You can give a quick intro for all the new folks in the crowd that don't know the team.
Yeah, hey guys. Hey, good to meet you all. Mitch Liu, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Theta. Jay and I started a long time ago. This is back in 2017 in the streaming gaming space. But yeah, it's good to be here.
Hello, hey, this is Jay from Theta. So I'm the CTO of the company, and then I'm in charge of the technical team and also some of the product, in particular Edge Cloud. So it's a very nice opportunity for me to be able to tune in. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to join in person, but yeah, here I am virtually.
Yeah, thanks for joining, guys. And yeah, I can kick things off about the state of the market. I mean, that's been an interesting one this last year, obviously, especially I live in Europe now, but as an American, seeing things through the crypto market of that lens, it's been a wild ride, certainly, since Trump came back into office. In a lot of ways, good. I mean, crypto regulation has definitely moved forward, thanks to a lot of like Blockchain Association and some other groups that are pushing some really great legislation forward. It's certainly been reflected in the Bitcoin price. Everyone knows about that. For other cryptocurrencies, including Theta, altcoins, it's been more of a mixed bag. So we always say it's you say it's a bull market, but it's been a very strange one, I think, where it's not like the old days where everything seemed moved in lockstep. For those of you who've been OGs, been around for many years, but I do think that it's moving away from sort of the early naive sort of crypto space where everything just moved in lockstep because no one gave a damn about what was actually happening or being built or the fundamentals. So it probably will be a different dynamic where instead of it just being speculative, volatile price movements for no reason, it's going to be more about we have to build up the demand and the usage of it the old-fashioned way, which is probably a sign of maturity. So I know it's a disappointing market state in some cases for that, but I think it's for the right reasons. And so I think we continue to do what we're doing, building adoption of Theta through our wonderful partners we're working with, or with the ecosystem teams like the ones building here. In the long term, that's going to matter more than just up and downs of the market. Guys, you probably have some thoughts you want to share on that too.
Yeah, agreed, Wes. I think we're generally very positive. I think this market is a little bit sort of extended or stretched out. There's a bunch of different macroeconomic factors that I think are at play a lot more today than it was back in 2021. But I think there's going to be rotation of capital from the traditional Bitcoin, Ethereum to altcoins. I think it's a question of when, not if. And I think for us, at Theta, we're pretty excited. We have a lot of partners that we're working with that we haven't yet announced. And so, there's, a lot of stuff that we're going to be sharing today, including exchanges and all this stuff, right, that you guys care about. So very optimistic.
Yeah, so I just want to add 2 data points. So first of all, it's not financial advice, right? So just disclaimer, but Bitcoin dominance has been on a decline, right? Since early July. I think it was as high as like 64%, but it's now hovering around 57%, right? So which is a good sign for altcoins. And also on CoinMarketCap, it has a what do you call the alt season index. It's been shifting towards the altcoin pretty consistently since in the past few weeks. So based on this data point, so personally, I'm pretty bullish for the altcoins in the upcoming weeks and months.
So yeah, I think next, thank you for all the insights, and we're looking forward to the answers and announcement in this AMA. Next, I think we can directly dive into a current or quite recent event that the US Treasury, they bought the Crow token, and here's the question: with the recent partnership with Theta and Crypto.com, like, have you been in talks with Crypto.com regarding this?
Yeah. I've talked with this guy several times in this, and I came from a finance background before being in the crypto space 8 or 9 years ago now. So it's always been kind of, sort of my top of mind and thinking about that. And along with these market changes we talked in this last year, there's definitely been a movement from the sort of Wild West crypto exchanges to liquidity moving to the traditional financial exchanges if you want crypto exposure. I mean, the Bitcoin ETFs being the obvious one, but there's more ETFs being approved down the different risk crypto assets. And then this new trend toward these digital asset treasury companies. Like the trend is definitely toward the public markets versus the old days of us trading on wild offshore exchanges, getting hacked and that kind of thing. And it's probably natural with institutional investors. They never really wanted to put up with all that crap that came along with it. I think we have to keep our focus, where that's moving as well. And so that's what with Crypto.com. Obviously, the more direct benefit was for the Americans that came here know that it was hard to access Theta in the US before that listing. So that eases things a lot, but there's also a great strategic partner. They agreed to run a validator on our network, Crypto.com did, and they're deep in it, helping establish ETFs, which could be the next step for Theta as well. If that's where liquidity is moving, to have an ETF on US markets, where the deepest liquidity is, then that is something we should be talking about seriously. I've talked to Crypto.com about it. There's a lot of hurdles, of course, since it's a big regulated market, but I definitely, personally, am trying to push for that, and I think that's going to be the next big step.
I think along with that, there's a lot of talk about DATs, decentralized autonomous trusts out there, along with acquisition corporations and various other sort of financial structures. And I think all that is very important for us being a US-based company. But I think we want to make sure we take the time to do it right. So that's where Wes and myself and a few others are really deep in these conversations. So absolutely working on some of these opportunities.
Okay, that's great. Looking forward to a Theta ETF hopefully in the future. I think before we take the first question from the audience, one more question from my side. When Coinbase, what's holding Theta back, or is there anything planned?
Yeah, our favorite one ever, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's the Coinbase one was tricky for a long time. I know we've talked about this ad nauseum, but for a long time we tried to shy away with it until the change in administration, and now it's become tricky with them because there's a new L1. There's a cost benefit for them to list. Of course, it's a much bigger lift to list Theta in a new blockchain than just to list another token. It's just like flipping a switch from a technical lift perspective. So we continue to talk to them. It's kind of a bit of a negotiation point of what makes this worthwhile. And despite no matter what they will always say about listing fees, that is not true, that there's not an economic cost to listing. But now that there is a US listing for Crypto.com, we hope that it's at least alleviated a lot of the pressure because a lot of holders want to see it just because they expect the movement on a Coinbase listing. But for a lot of people, it's a practical concern too. If you live in the US, you simply can't acquire it or sell it. So, that was, I think, important to just get our first foothold in there and have a US listing. And then the other exchanges that we're all talking to, we hopefully have a little more leverage on here because we have access for Americans. Now it's just about more access points and more liquidity.
Yeah, and I think with a little bit more insight there, with Coinbase in particular, I think it's really important, and at least a few other very prominent folks on X pointed out that even though Coinbase says there's no listing fee, well, as of a few months ago, it's very much a listing fee, and we're talking about 8 figures in terms of marketing budget. With a 0 listing fee, but 8-figure marketing budget, it's still a very large commitment. I think for us, it's really a trade-off or an ROI kind of thought process. Certainly Coinbase is not the only option out there for us. We're very happy with Crypto.com, and we're seeing that the volumes on Crypto.com are essentially comparable to Coinbase in some cases, but there's other exchanges, and we're deep conversation with those other exchanges. So I think we're in a good place. We do hear, of course, from the community, all of you, when Coinbase all the time, but I think that if all goes well in due time, I think we may be on the majority of these exchanges. So it's a question of how we go about getting there.
Awesome. Yeah, I think next I would like to take a question from the audience. Anyone that has a question? Okay, all nervous. Then I will continue. I have some more questions for you. So one thing is with Theta, like over the past few months, basically every week there was a new partner announced, from Olympic Marseille to university partners and so on. And I think a lot of people are asking, especially also the meta chain, what will be the effect on there for the transaction volume and so on, and will there be a big impact with these new partnerships?
Okay, so I think I can take a stab at this question. So yeah, we do have some thoughts in mind, and has a couple plans that we are discussing about how to boost our metachain activity, right, with the partner as the partner on board to the Theta ecosystem. So in particular, one idea we've been discussing is that whether we can bring some of the edge cloud statistics and metrics on chain, right? For example, one idea there is to set up a new subchain which will aggregate the real-time edge cloud metrics across all the customers, and then turn them into certain transactions and which reflect the actual usage, right? So while the details still being hashed out, but we believe this will increase the transparency and also will boost the on-chain activity as we onboard more and more partners.
Great, looking forward to that. Then one question that I was just asked in the lunch break was about T-Drop. What's the current state and what are the future possibilities and plans about the T-Drop token?
Yeah, so we've talked a little bit about sort of revamping that, since it's not as top of mind for the Theta Drop platform anymore. And yeah, there's been some high-level talks about, I should probably defer to it. So there's some very interesting stuff. I just don't know what's kosher to say publicly yet. Maybe you guys want to say exactly where that direction's going.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think a little bit of the background, the context. T-Drop originally was sort of the token that we've implemented as the liquidity mining, the reward token for the NFT marketplace. And now we're really looking at the opportunity to rebrand T-Drop to become sort of the native token for all the AI agents, and starting with the chatbot implementations, right? Which again, we hear a lot of community feedback and in some cases FUD that a chatbot is not a chatbot. But in our case, the chatbot is very strategic. It's really a way, it's a solution that gets us into a lot of these global 1000 companies, a lot of these sports and esports and all of these corporate partners as a starting point. From the chatbot, that becomes a launching point where we can launch AI agents and agent-to-agent transactions and interactions, fan engagement, of course, and many other types of interactions which can be brought on chain. And so really the next step is really thinking about if we are to look at T-Drop potentially renamed, potentially remaining as T-Drop, as a reward mechanism for engaging with these agents, or if you are to build your own agent that represents you with a unique wallet, let's say, what are the liquidating mining rewards that can be granted back to you or to the agent? And so with that in mind, we're actively working with a bunch of our partners. As you know, some of them are fairly large and established. Certainly Marseille team, FC Seoul, a few other football teams we haven't yet announced, NBA, et cetera. And so we are working, really getting their feedback, because ultimately this new rebranded token will live within their real estate, right? Will live within their website or their app. So we want to make sure we do this carefully. So we're working on this, and so we'll probably announce and probably share something as we get towards the end of the year or into 2026 planning. There's a lot of forward-looking stuff, and we'll want to make sure we do this properly. So it's absolutely in the works.
Sounds great. So yeah, I think you already touched on the next question, basically. Short thing, if you have a question, just raise your hand, then we can switch over to you guys. Oh, okay. Then I will take the first community question.
Hi, my name's Joe from the UK. I don't have a Samsung washing machine, but I do have a Samsung television. Why does it not yet have a Theta Edge node on it?
It's a great question. You probably, if you've been around for a while, know we did a few tests with Samsung on their smart TVs, and it is actually somewhat feasible from a technical perspective. It's been quite a while, actually, for those of you who are back long enough where we started focusing more on streaming video rather than compute for a decentralized cloud. And it worked better as a streaming video node, simply because it's not as compute heavy. So when that was the focus of peer-to-peer video, it made a lot of sense. And of course, the real prize was if someday we could turn those POCs with Samsung into every millions of Samsung TVs that go out, then have this technology embedded in it. It doesn't work as well now that the market and the demand, frankly, have shifted to compute rather than streaming video. Cost of CDN has gone down by 80%, so it's just not as much of a pain point for us to solve, so not as interesting as a business use case. Compute is where it's at, of course, but every Samsung TV or the other smart TVs don't come with a gaming GPU included, let alone an H100 in it, so they just can't do that type of work. But technically it does work. So to the extent, if for whatever reason streaming video becomes more relevant again, if video quality goes up and then moving that data becomes a business pain point again, then it does work. And yeah, we'd love to have it, each of those TVs serving as a node.
Yeah, and I think if you think about edge devices in general, I think I see another question coming up. We'll cover some of this. Particularly in new emerging spaces, autonomous vehicles, right, self-driving cars, robotics. A lot of those edge devices require processing and compute at the edge, and that's where there's a really large opportunity around edge cloud and how those things come together. And I think we'll share a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I think.
Hey Simon, actually, there was another question that I saw from the community.
Yeah.
And I think this is an important one. And the question I saw was, when will we have edge cloud metrics? And I think that's top of mind for a lot of people. Maybe Jay, can you share some thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I think this is a very popular question. I personally saw that on X, right, on Discord and Telegram. Lots of people are asking this question. So we do have a different category of metrics. So some of them are kind of internally facing, right? So And then some of them are available already on a custom dashboard. For example, let's say if you start using our chatbot product, so on the dashboard, you'll be able to see on a daily basis what's your DAU and what's the number of prompts, right, got asked on a daily basis, right? And there will be some user metrics that will be available for the community, as I just mentioned about the subchain initiative, right? So, but here today, I would like to share for the first time with you guys some of our internal data. So we just collected. So the first data is that about the chatbot usage, and then we just looked at our dashboard. It looks like for August alone, right, for the last month, our chatbot in total processed about 261 million tokens altogether, right? More than 200 million tokens together. So not to confuse the token, the concept here is a crypto token, right? We are talking about like in AI, when you use LLM, there's processing tokens. So one token is pretty much you can sort of understand as one word. It's actually a 3/4 of the word, but sort of one word, right? So, but this is pretty sizable, right? To more than 200 million tokens were processed, right? That's the first data. The second data I want to share is that how many registered user or slash developer we already have since we launched Edge Cloud in last May. So we just do a calculation. So it turns out there's more than 5,000 Edge Cloud developers already registered on the platform, right? So including some of you, participating in a hackathon. So I think this number is a very good, very large developer base. So I'm really feels very promising about that, right? And then a third data I want to share with you is about a product we just launched a few months ago. It is the on-demand model API, right? So we do a calculation of how many requests it get in August, right? So it turns out it's more than 100,000 requests in total it got from August. And then the number is actually also increasing. The trend is increasing, especially in the past few days. So we have this hackathon hosted in Berlin, right? So we do see that the number of requests increased, right, as our teams are testing those APIs, building product with those APIs. And then I also want to use this opportunity to make some clarification here. It seems like there's a misunderstanding that behind all this on-demand API, we are using hosted machines, right? This is actually not the case. Actually, a very large fraction of the on-demand API requests are processed by our community edge nodes, edge cloud clients, right? So, and then each time someone uses a on-demand API, for example, he wants to generate an image from text, chances are we map to a community node, right? And then according to our internal metrics, a very large number of a percentage of these on-demand API requests were routed to the community nodes. And then the community node will execute the inference request and then return the results to the user. And then part of the user payment for the inference API will be redirected to the community node, right? And I would like to note that also hear this kind of feedback and comments on X that some community members are saying that, hey, all these API are great, but the user are paying US dollar, right, for those APIs, and how does Theta and Theta come into the picture, right? So it's pretty simple. So the community node, they are conducting the model inference for those model inference APIs, for those inference tasks, they are paying Theta, right? So if necessary, we'll convert the US dollar paid by the users who are using on-demand API into Theta, and then we'll aggregate the payment and then send to the community nodes at the end, at the beginning of each month, right? So yeah, hopefully this gives you an idea of how Theta will play an important role in the platform.
Yeah, that's a really important point, Jay. I just want to emphasize is that all of the fiat, which is used by our customers to purchase the Edge Cloud on-demand APIs, right, which is paid per output, right, per token or per image or per whatever the output is converted to Theta. And I believe now more than half of those on-demand APIs are being routed to the Edge Cloud clients. And we did hear some feedback from some of you. You guys are in the Berlin, in the crowd there from the hackathon developers that some of those on-demand APIs return very quickly and some takes, there's a delay. And that's something we're working through. It is a really difficult issue because that particular API request is being routed to an actual Edge Cloud client. And so there is that disparity that is very heterogeneous, right? And depending on GPU connectivity, a bunch of different variables, it makes it difficult to make a consensus. It's a very hard problem, but we're working on it. If we're able to solve this problem, then it really becomes very impactful for us. Really being probably the first platform that can handle cloud-based high-end NVIDIA GPUs, H100s and A100s, all the way through to edge devices, right? Not just on the PCs, but eventually on the mobile Android devices, for instance, and other types of edge nodes, and be able to really span the whole gamut as a platform and solution. So that's the really hard problem that we're working on.
Sounds great. Yeah, we just earlier heard at the pitch that they were also using community nodes to run their video rendering. So there's not only the on-demand API, but actually you can deploy your own models on these nodes and run them. I think.
Very cool to hear.
Yeah. So I think what you already played at basically, or we talked about, is like what's coming next. But to nail it a bit down, is there like a roadmap that people can look up already, or is it coming soon, so people know what Theta planning for the year 2026?
Yeah, we're starting to put that together for 2026 and beyond now. So definitely going into the end of the year, we'll share more about the future plans. But it's a really interesting time versus previous years where we sort of projected what we thought the next few years of building on the protocol would look like, because more so than any time before, we're getting a lot of direct feedback from customers and partners. I mean, to be honest, compared to the last 12 months, there's dozens of paying customers versus very little for many years when we were building and trying to find product market fit. So it's a whole different experience and process now for us. It's less trying to read the tea leaves about what people want and just build and try to meet the ball where it's going, and more we're just responding directly to what like for example there's the university partners using Edge Cloud, what they need and where they need this to go if they want to expand their usage and if we want to continue adding partners like that. So I think it should be a lot more targeted and effective.
And I think the other element is, as we look at our roadmap for 26, also depends a lot on, like you mentioned, Wes, in terms of what our customers and partners are demanding, but also some really high impact areas that we think will really where Edge Cloud, as we've developed over the last year and a half, is a foundation, and it's a very strong foundation that we build with real customers. But other vertical areas that's particularly exciting to us, again, robotics, I mentioned before, self-driving cars, edge IoT devices, of course, mobile devices, as we continue to expand there. But that's going to form a big part of a roadmap going to next year.
Yeah. As Mitch mentioned, that we have already laid down a pretty solid foundation, right? With the Edge Cloud, and then we will continue to look into some AI application in different verticals, right? Including, you might have heard that AI plays a big role in very cutting edge research areas, such as biomedical drug discovery, right? Like nuclear fusion energy, things like that. And then in some area that we are more familiar with, for example, advertisement. So if there are already advertisement companies that use AI tech pretty extensively, for example, in the past that you need to do A/B testing for your advertisement, like for example, what this banner ad, like what should be the best background image, right? In the past that this cycle involved a professional designer. So each time that we want to do an A and B test, then the designer has to come up with the design, right? And then put it out there. And then if there's some customer feedback, and then we have to get this human in the loop, so which slows down the cycle dramatically. But with AI, you can imagine that. So with a text prompt, then it can generate thousands of images in a very short amount of time, so that it makes this A/B testing pretty easily. So and then with edge cloud, so with this large amount of parallel computing power, I think this is probably one of the ideal applications, right, for us to look into, right? Similarly, that there are also quite a bit of a trend that using AI to generate video. So if you guys on TikTok or YouTube short, then maybe on your timeline, you might sometimes see those like short form videos that 100% generated by AI, right? And then it's getting much better over the years, right? Over the last year. So yeah, so this is kind of tied back to our kind of video origin. So that this will be some areas that we'll look into this section. So and then we'll see which one makes the best sense for us to go after.
Awesome. We got one more community question.
Yes, so actually it's two questions. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Maran. I'm connecting from Germany. I've been into the crypto universe for 4 years now, almost. And yeah, so basically what I would like to know is what do you think is, how can we as people from the mass market, let's say, that are not so tech-based or have a tech background also push Theta as a brand? Or how can we help make Theta even bigger with, I don't know, whatever activities in our everyday life? And the second question would be maybe not so surprisable for all of us, but especially for you guys from the board, at which value level do you see Theta in the foreseeable future? Thank you.
Well, I definitely don't want to opine on the second one, so I'll tackle your first question. Always gets a little risky getting speculative there, but for the first one, you know, I don't have a particularly technical background. I come from finance and, you know, have become more so since working in this space, but I'm not a developer. But I will say it's changed a lot, and Theta and how users interact with it as a platform has changed a lot too. It's in 2017, 2018, it was very much you need to be deep in the weeds of your understanding of crypto to even use some of these protocols. I don't think that's the case anymore, or as much so, and I think that's a good thing, because if you've been following crypto for a while, you know there was many years where the space was mired in building very interesting technical solutions, but that had very little application outside of this little sandbox of crypto folks. And maybe that was a necessary step until the space had matured, but there wasn't a lot you could do if you were not technical, at least effectively. Now I think it's changed a lot. I mean, if you go to use Edge Cloud, you don't need to be a developer to use some of the on-demand models, for example, or even, you know, just to the extent it's an interface to using different AI models, you don't need to be technical to use the majority of those. So I think all of us, whether you're technical or not, you can start to connect the dots and see where this could be useful, whether it's at your company. I mean, virtually every company in the world is finding ways that they can change their business model or change how they do their day-to-day work with AI models. So there's a lot more opportunity now. I don't think you have to be a developer like maybe was the case 5-6 years ago to get involved.
Okay.
Anything you guys want to add or take your shot at answering the value question?
No, we're not going to comment on prices, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. I think, Mitch, you already hinted at it earlier. Theta has a patent for the edge node, and now with Elon Musk talking about edge compute and devices actually doing the compute is the future. Yeah, what is your thoughts about it? Like, does the patent also cover cars to run basically these computers that get better and better, also as edge node if they stand around in the parking lot?
Yeah, for sure. So as you know, the Theta patents are fairly broad, and that I think plays to our advantage is that you know certainly opens up a really interesting areas of conversation and discussion with some of these partners, right? Like like Tesla and self-driving autonomous vehicles and many other companies out there that's working on that, and robotics, and some other edge devices. And particularly, I think if you look at autonomous vehicles and robotics, a lot of the computation is very compute intensive, certainly, right? And as they incorporate AI into every element, not just the user facing, right, the driver facing or element, but also within the device, within the vehicle, right, within the robot, requires edge processing. And so this is where I think with our edge cloud platform, if we're able to really bridge the gap and be able to bring our edge devices closer to, right? You really have a very similar type of situation case that we did back in the peer-to-peer streaming days with the last mile problem. And that is, in our case, if you have an edge cloud client that is close and near a particular end device, then that particular device, given a certain set of variables and conditions, is able to process a certain amount of computation, right, to enable that particular robot or humanoid or vehicle, whatever the case is, then it becomes very, very interesting and very impactful. And so I think, our patents really covers a lot of sort of these types of applications and how to apply our technology to these various areas and sectors and verticals. And I think very, very, very much so. And I think, as the overall crypto market moves, from these, meme coins, right, to utility tokens, and I think we'll see that rotation quite a bit over the next 3, 6, 9 months. Then that utility of what we're working on and the patents themselves really will become impactful. If nothing else, it really becomes a very interesting talking point with these customer partners.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, staying at the whole compute thing, as probably everybody from Theta integrated AWS custom hardware, running it on the edge cloud. Now, will Theta also integrate the new TPUs from Google, the Ironwood TPUs? Is there a plan? Is there a roadmap to that integration?
Yeah, so I can start with this, and Jay can chime in. If you really think about edge cloud and our vision of edge cloud, has always been sort of that software integration layer, if you will, right, that essentially brings together all the different and disparate types of computation devices, right? On one end, you have the cloud-based NVIDIA H and A100s, and on the other end, you have potentially the mobile devices, the PCs, and the vehicles, and and other IoT devices. Absolutely. So it's a big priority for us to really look at. We've done this once now with AWS. We see a large opportunity with other partners, not just in the cloud provider space. You guys, I'm sure, have heard, Oracle's gone through the roof because of their compute business, and we see a lot of interest in these other partners, essentially providing those instances to us, and where we can integrate that into the edge cloud software layer, and that becomes very strategic for us. Also, we are seeing a lot of interest from traditional telecom companies, as they evolve their business and start looking at rolling out their own compute and cloud-based business to support their customers, right? An extension of the business that they do today, right? The mobile, the retail, the cable, and and all that. And so we are very we're in a really good place, and so you'll continue to see us as we head into the end of the year, into next year, bringing on board more and more strategic corporate partners who's providing different types of computation, including, for instance, the new TPUs that's come out from Google.
Yeah, so just add to Mitch. And for those of you who are following, AI news closely, you might have heard that about last week, right? So Broadcom just started announcing they'll be shipping ASIC for AI, right? In particular for OpenAI. And then we believe that more and more companies will try to join the race to manufacture a chip for AI, right? Because, this cake is so big, and it cannot be just eaten by NVIDIA, right? So we'll see more and more companies joining this race. And then, but on the other hand, as Edge Cloud's focus is on the software layer, right? It is well positioned as a neutral layer to integrate all this chip from AWS, Google, and others. So yeah, so I think we are in very well positioned as this software layer.
Awesome. We're looking forward to more and more integrations and having the chance as a developer to run the models on more and more different TPUs. So maybe also you're still staying a bit in that direction. Is there like the mobile edge nodes? Is there an update to that? Can we expect a mobile update, and what's the future of it?
Oh yeah. So a great question. This is right on time. So actually, there will be a new Android, Edge node update coming next week. So yeah. So finger crossed for that. Will be likely to be early next week, and also in the subsequent versions, and we have planned to update the Android app so we can run more type of AI inferences, right? And we'll be looking into the possibility of actually integrating into the Edge Cloud services, right? For example, we will look into whether it is possible for it to power the on-demand API feature, right? So maybe the Edge, the mobile node is not as strong as the H100, A100s, but maybe for some simple tasks, right, like object detection and things like that, you'll be able to conduct those tasks, right? So then and then we can connect those to the Edge Cloud dashboard so that the user can through the Edge Cloud dashboard issue and say object detection task, and then will hopefully be mapped into a mobile node, right? So this is a pretty strategic part of our vision for Edge Cloud as a hybrid cloud to aggregate the different part of idle resources, ranging from data center GPU to very low end and fragmented computation nodes such as home computers and even those mobile phones.
Great.
And if I can interject, one question that's kind of come up very recently, and I think it's important one for us to address, JE, is there is some really important questions around our support and what's the current status of our support for Ledger clear signing for Theta and TFIO. So if you can comment on that,
Sure. Yeah, I think this is also one of the mostly asked questions on Discord and other channels. So, just for the context, right, history context, that we have been relying on the Ethereum Ledger app to store and transfer Theta and TFIO, right? So the team has been trying actually in the past year to see whether it's possible, right, to modify our code so that our code and infrastructure such that we can enable clear signing using this Ethereum Ledger app. Right, but it turns out that there's some technical difficulties to support clear signing using this Ethereum app for native tokens like Theta and TFIO for those non-ERC20 tokens, right? There are difficulties. So there's option will be like we'll look into to developing a native Theta Ledger app, right? So which can support clear signing, if that's at all possible, right? So, and if it works out, then for backward compatibility, then legacy user can still use the Ethereum app, right, to transfer Theta and TFIO, but use blind signing. But for users who are concerned about blind signing, then they can create new wallets using this native Ledger app and transfer tokens from the Ethereum app to this new Theta Ledger app, right? So if that's possible. So I'll say that nothing promised here, but because we have two native tokens, Theta and TFIO, right? So which is different than a lot of other blockchains, right? So this will add some complexity, but we'll try our best to see whether we can make that happen, right? And then also we are aware that there are hacks, right, by exploiting this blind signing in other blockchains. But so far, we haven't seen any such instances reported for Theta and TFIO, finger crossed. But with that said, we'll encourage anyone to be extremely cautious when making transactions, right? For example, only interact with official websites, right, official wallet, and use verified dApps. and then also double check the URL to avoid like phishing site, right? So that's very important.
Yeah, that's critical because But I talked to one of our developers earlier today, and he confirmed that this NPM hack and the risk that some of our dependencies would be affected by that. We haven't made any deployments to our apps since that hack happened, and they're well aware of it now. So any new deployments will check that we're not using the dependencies that had that malware. So it's all fine in that sense. But to your point, J.E., we can do all the things right, but if you go to a fake Theta website that deliberately is using that malware, there's nothing to stop on that, and so it's very important.
Right. So as Wes, you mentioned about NPM hack, right? So that's a slightly different topic, but it's kind of also closely related, right? So for that, we are aware of this NPM issue, and then we are closely monitoring the situation. But so far, there's no evidence that any of our services or website are affected. And we haven't done any deployments since the NPM hack, so so I think we should be in good shape.
And for reference, within the company for our treasury management, right, we store our tokens on ledgers, and so we're very careful when we do any internal movement of tokens from the ledgers, but we use blind signing ourselves. And it has worked just fine. You have to be extremely cautious, extremely careful making those transactions and making sure you check and double check the receiving addresses and all the other parameters.
Great. I think, everybody that listened in the morning to Sebastian knows how to securely interact with the Web3 space. So, moving on from... We have one more? Oh, awesome. Another community question.
Actually, I have two questions. Hi, I'm Miriam. I'm from the Netherlands, and I've been having an Edge node and a Guardian node since 21. And to be honest, I have two questions, so I'll ask them one by one. And to prevent me becoming very woolly, I've also asked AI to put my language in normal English, so I will do it like that. Many in the community feel that Theta's PR and visibility have been quite low compared to other projects. With the main focus seemingly on partnerships and technical development, much of this happens behind the scene. Is there a deliberate strategy, and are there plans to strengthen Theta's public presence and outreach?
Sure, I can talk a little bit about that. Goedemiddag, Miriam. Nice to meet you. We have always sort of know that's been the perception, and it is sort of the nature of our team. It's mostly developers and just our mindset that focused a lot on building and working together with companies and customers, and not so much the emphasis on just marketing all the time. But we do recognize that, especially now, the crypto space has changed a lot. In 2018, you could rely on the fact that it was all pretty small and insular, and everything we did was noticed. Now there's 100 times as much going on. It's a much bigger market, so we have to adapt to that as well. We do, or in talks with one of our a very good partner of ours from a PR firm we used to use. We're in talks actually to bring them in-house and basically build out the function and our marketing in-house with a full-time employee, as opposed to, for example, using a PR firm to contract for an announcement, but not having them be a core part of the team. So we're looking to restructure that and make that a stronger part of the company that has been in the past. Yeah.
Excellent. Good to know that. Thank you. My second question is kind of building on it, because visibility is also part of the Theta prize. And despite the broader market trend, Theta's price has been relatively stagnant. Could you please explain why isn't it following the general market movement? Yeah,
I mean, I think it goes at least partially back to what we first talked about in the market overall. It's if you define the general market and use some finance terms, since that's the world I knew, but like, is it the index Bitcoin, then Theta and most alts have very much underperformed the index. If it's versus all of the comparable altcoins, then it's a much closer comparison. But regardless, that's, you know, compared to, in nominal terms matters, you know, the actual price. But even just treading water is not enough when, as we said, the number of projects that you're vying for attention from, and potentially even as direct competitors, is just much more than it was in previous cycles. So part of it's marketing, like we talked about. Maybe it's finding a better way to pierce through the noise. Because it's kind of strange the way these circuits work, where in prior years where there was prior cycles where there was far less product market fit and far fewer real paying customers who want to use the protocol, it was catching market trends, and you might see prices, or you did see a price that was much higher. It's bizarre in some ways, but the market dynamics don't always just reflect what we're doing. But it is to some extent our job to change that, because it's not the only thing that matters, but it is a real effect on just in the same way that a public corporation with trading stock shouldn't be obsessed with the share price and how it changes with quarterly earnings, but they can't be the other way and just not give a damn about the share price either. They have stakeholders that it does mean something. It changes what you can do for financing, for accessing that, deploying that capital as a team to build a new partnerships and such. So yeah, that's short answer is that it is something we care about. We don't want to go the other way and be the types that, whether it's your share price or your token price, that's the only thing driving you, putting the cart before the horse. But some of these changes we're talking about in marketing and such is to address that.
Yeah, I think we're going in the direction I also want to go. Marketing partners. We have seen Olympique Marseille being a partner, but not only being a partner for the chatbot and the edge node, but also being a validator node. What is like the future of Theta, like getting more partners, more decentralization by getting maybe more validator nodes up from different partners around the world?
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm happy to take this one, and you can certainly add to it. You know, the Marseille team partnership really kind of represents our kind of foray into the sports and the football segment, and that's very important. And they're a great partner, a rabid fan base, just unbelievable engagement, a beautiful stadium. And that's been absolutely terrific. And we have other football clubs around the world that we have already signed. We haven't announced yet, so we're very excited to continue focusing on this segment, particularly as I mentioned last time as well, as we head into next year in 26 with the World Cup. One of the key things that you'll continue to see is a lot of these partners are coming on board as validator partners, supporting the Theta blockchain in terms of governance and supporting the technical aspects of our chain. But moving forward, we want to be able to sort of bring both the business synergy side of the business together. So, for instance, Marseille team using our AI agents and our chatbots and all the various parts of the integration that we're working with them on, as well as being validator. So that's very important to us because that's validator plus utility and adoption. And so we'll continue down that path. In terms of new enterprise validators, I mentioned before, the telecom industry is very, very strategic for us. We're in conversations with quite a few global telecoms, and we want to be able to share those with you when those deals are done, and they'll be announced. And all this really leads to a much longer term vision, one that we've been working for the last few years, which is further decentralization. And that's very important, in particular, how much Theta as a entity controls and how much it stakes against the network, and as a percentage of the overall tokens that's staked. And we'll continue to decrease that Every year we do annual unstake, and we'll be announcing that for this upcoming year, probably in the next week or two. So stay tuned for that news. But all this really points to, again, continue the decentralization and continue growth. So the validators are becoming important again. Building on top of the Samsungs and the Sonys and the Googles that we brought on board in the past.
Yeah, I think then in a few minutes we have two professors from Korea and also online from the US speaking, but specifically in the Korean market, we have seen a very big impact of Theta and very big adoption, not only in academia, but also sports. Why does Theta focus on Korea, or why is the impact that big over there?
Yeah, I mean, I can say some of the things in the early days was simply because Samsung invested in our company several times, and that just opens a lot of doors. It's a pretty respected name anywhere, but especially in Korea, naturally. And so it all just sort of is built upon itself. That and the fact that structurally Korea has always been somewhat favorable to crypto. I mean, it kind of swings back and forth, but there was a lot of interest in it, especially relative to their size. Now it's kind of shifting back again, where they changed the laws that institutional investors can invest in cryptocurrency again. So I think the ball's swinging back the other way. And then we just kept building on that. Like KAIST was the first university that started using EdgeCloud, actually, really the first customer. And that, I think, went all the way back to 2018 or 2019. Mitch and I went and gave a talk there, sort of educating their CS group about crypto when it was still very new to a lot of folks. And we still maintained contact with them, and then they were the first, their AI lab was the first one to use our EdgeCloud platform. And then from there, it was word of mouth. They introduced us to professors at other universities, and it just kind of kept going from there. So some of that's Korea specific, but we noticed a similar thing in the US. So our hope is that that's more of a playbook that we can follow. So if we can get a foothold in a region, then you can prove yourself and gain credibility, and then they'll recommend to their colleagues or other people in the area.
Yeah, then I think building on that, we have seen Theta especially partnering with academia, sports, and esports. And what is the reason, like worldwide, why specifically these three mainly focused on, or are the main partners for Theta?
Sure. Yeah, maybe I can start with the academia first, right? So, we have students labs then to start using EdgeCloud. I think that's very important and very strategic because in a few years, right, after they graduate, then they may go ahead and launch their own startups, right? Or they'll be working in an established company. So, but in either case, then hopefully they will become evangelists for EdgeCloud, right? And then we believe that the word of mouth is the best form of marketing, and then it will end up helping Theta to build the EdgeCloud brand, right, and build that awareness. So I think academia, universities focus is very strategic for us.
And in terms of our focus on the sports and esports, certainly esports and gaming, that's a little bit in our DNA, right? We're originally started in the peer-to-peer streaming space, particular with sort of a platform like Twitch TV, right? So gaming is a natural extension, esports natural extension, what we've done. But in terms of pro sports and football clubs and NBAs and professional sports in general, we've been criticized, and I think rightly so, that maybe we don't do enough marketing to end consumers. Because as a project, we've traditionally and we continue to focus on B2B partners, right? Sort of big companies that essentially adopts our technology, our platform. But with and you're beginning to see that, right, with FC Seoul, with the Marseille team, with all the esports. And with all of the other clubs that we've been partnering with, the Theta brand is front and center in many cases. It's right in the Jumbotron, right in the middle of the stadium. Many other cases, right beside, on the field itself. And that's being amplified through, linear streaming through television and cable. And of course, all of the thousands of people that's in stadium. And so we'll continue that. And we think that that's a very strategic way of marketing, because the overlapping term demographics between professional sports, and crypto we think is very high. And we saw that with one of our very first partners with the hockey league, NHL's Vegas Knights, and so we'll continue to expand there. And I think that's all kind of setting the stage for us as we go into 26. As I mentioned, there's a few other verticals that we're particularly excited about. So our whole strategy really is to start, in a particular segment, and then upsell and cross-sell, and then start expanding to other verticals. You'll likely see as we go into next year, we'll be expanding it to at least 1, 2, or 3 other verticals.
Yeah, I think we have one more community question.
Hello again, Joe from the UK. This is one on ethics, really. You mentioned earlier how proud you should be of the patents that Theta has got, and therefore it would only seem ethical that other patents are also honoured. And I'd like to bring up, and I'm all in on Theta, by the way, I'd like to bring up Reggie Middleton's patent of 2014, which has been going through the court for a long time now, and is potentially going to reach a head soon, found in his favour, and the SEC dropping all charges. Theta, amongst all other DeFi tokens, appear to be breaching his patent. I'm fairly sure that it's been brought to the attention of the team before, but until now, no comment really has been made. And in the nature of ethics and the honouring of patents, I would like a statement as to where Theta would like to be seen in honouring and working with Reggie ahead of being forced to do so if and when he wins his court case.
Yeah, I'm not a patent attorney myself, of course. I'd seen some of this years ago on Twitter, people talking about this. It didn't seem like it, like saying that he had patented all of DeFi and literally, hundreds of billions of dollars of value in protocol, all was basically owned, operating under his patent seemed like a pretty ambitious claim. I had a brief conversation with a patent attorney, a guy I knew, not formally, I didn't ask him to research it, but his view was that it was an extremely high claim bar for that to be proven. So, I mean, I guess our kind of sense is if a court rules that all of DeFi now falls under this guy's patent, then the court ruling, it has to be abided by. But I think that feels unlikely to me, just because that's an extraordinary claim. I think I'd require extraordinary evidence to believe that.
I think to add, as OpenTheta is operating Theta Swap, so the DeFi platform. So yeah, obviously, if there are court rules, we have to obey by that. I wasn't personally contacted by anyone regarding this, so in the end, there are so many big DeFi protocols. If everything falls under that patent, then obviously we need to take the according steps.
It's not even a Theta-specific thing. I mean, he's even, protocols far, far larger than Theta. He's basically saying all of it falls under him. That seems a little wild to me. But, Theta is just going to focus on building what we are in the off chance that happens. Of course, we're a U.S. entity that have always followed all laws, never done anything offshore to hide from anything. So, if he wins his court case, he can let us know.
Okay, I think from the time, are there any community questions left? We're pretty good. I don't know, Mitch, Jay, do you want to add anything, any exciting that's coming up next time?
No, I think we shared a few things, but stay tuned, and there will be a lot more announcements in the next few weeks and next few months.
Incredible. Right. Yeah, thank you all for participating, and looking forward towards all these new announcements and partnerships and technical developments.
Yeah, thanks for being able to join, Jay, Mitch. And for any community questions you didn't get to, I'll be here all weekend, so happy to keep talking, chatting with you and answering any other questions.
Yep, thank you guys. Good seeing you again.
Thank you. See you next time.
Okay, yeah, bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the questions. I hope the majority of questions, were asked directly by the community through the form we set up, and we also took questions from Twitter and so on. Obviously, you can't address in an hour every question there is on Twitter, but everyone that is here right now, Wes is here, so feel free in the next 1.5 days that we have left to ask him anything. And then, I think we move on in the timeline to the professors from Korea. A little break? Okay, let's take a little break first. So you can get up, get to the bathroom, grab a new drink, and then we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. before we start the session, Austin will come on stage from Theta Labs and say a few words.
Thanks, Simon. All right, everyone here. Hey guys, I'm Austin. I work for the company Theta Labs, and I'm in charge of the AI initiatives for the company. And I'm all the way from South Korea. I'm based in Seoul. So I've been dealing with a bunch of academia customers for the Theta Edge Cloud, and we have invited the professors all the way from Seoul. The first one should be the Professor Chu from KAIST. He's MIT of Korea, pretty prestigious university. And then Professor Chu has around 50 PhD students, and they are actually paying for the Edge Cloud. So last year when we launched the Edge Cloud platform, his lab was one of the first customers for us to pay for the platform, which is a great initial start for us. So we truly appreciate Professor Chu for joining us and trusting us to start using our platform. And yeah, their feedback on our platform has been incredible for us. So let me just introduce Professor Chu, all the way from Korea, and please welcome Professor Chu.
Oh, I see. Thanks a lot for the introduction, and thank you very much for having me here. And today I'm gonna share my experiences on using this Theta Edge Cloud for conducting my research on the image generation tests, such as a virtual try-on. Right. So. Okay, so let me briefly introduce myself. So I am a professor at the Graduate School of AI at KAIST in Korea, and I work on the various AI applications such as image generation and other computer vision tasks, and also like LLM and other natural language generation tasks. And also I work on multimodal models and time series forecasting and anomaly detection, and also I also work on the recommender system as well. Right. So let me start with a brief intro about the research topic on the virtual try-on, which is a kind of practical or real-world task in the image generation. And so yeah, as we can see here in this example, so we are giving the system the two inputs of my own person image, for example, and also another kind of new clothing images, and then the virtual try-on will perform the image blending between these two by just injecting or imposing the new clothing into the existing person images. So this one is the output of this task. So we can have this nicely kind of clothing changed person images. So this task can be quite useful in various e-commerce applications as well. And so by using the Theta Edge Cloud, we performed two pieces of research on this topic, which has been published in the CVPR 2024 and also ICCB 2025, which will be presented in maybe next month in Hawaii in this conference. And so, yeah, let me start with the first piece of the research on the virtual try-on called the stable Python. And basically, for this research, we extended open source large-scale foundation model for image generation, which is called the stable diffusion model. And then we collected our own training data set and then fully fine-tuned this pre-trained large-scale stable diffusion model by using the Theta Edge Cloud. And so we extended and modified the model architecture to effectively inject the person's image as well as the clothing images. And then, yeah, we trained this model so that it can effectively perform the virtual try-on task. And then the second piece of research is to provide the flexible user interaction capability by just prompting the textual input so that we can control the clothing styles. So I will show the examples of this, this capability in the later slides. Right. So for the stable Python, which has been published in last year CVPR, and so we utilized some additional deep learning model block called the zero cross attention block, so that we can inject the clothing image into this person image, and then for training this model, we quite utilized this data edge cloud. Which approximately took 100 hours of training time by using 4 number of NVIDIA A100 GPU, which has maybe 80 gigabytes of a VRAM, which is a quite large VRAM capability. And so, so this one is a kind of qualitative result of using this clothing image, and the last column is our model's result, which is showing the best performances back then. And then the second model called the prompt dresser, which allows users to specify the natural language input to control the clothing style imaging. And so, to this end, we collected our own data set by using some semi-automatic annotation steps or procedures by using the ChatGPT APIs, and then by using this semi-automatically collected data set, we also trained fully the given foundational image generation model. So these are the example of the result of our methods. So when performing the virtual try-on task of using this human image and maybe this pant, and then we additionally control the styling of this clothing by specifying these various text information. So when specifying untucked, and then the clothing is shown in an untucked style, and the rolled up pants will show the changed image as this, and tight fit and loose fit can also be reflected effectively in the resulting image generated result. Right? And so these are the other examples of utilizing our own method called the multi-layered outfits. And so given this original person's image, and then suppose we want to wear this pants, and then next inner clothing followed by this outer clothing. And then, this kind of a multi-layered outfits can also be performed by using our own method. And also in this process, by specifying these different styles, such as sleeves down and fully tucked in, loose fit pants, or untucked or rolled up pants. And then we can flexibly change their clothing styles by using this natural language input. So from these experiences of conducting research based on, by utilizing this data edge cloud, I'm gonna share briefly our experiences. And so, through this 2 pieces of research over the past 2 years, we found that the data edge cloud offers significantly smaller long-term usage cost compared to other major GPU providers. And so it was very useful for us by providing high-capacity GPUs such as NVIDIA H100, which was rare, maybe about a year or 2 ago. And then Edge Cloud platform enabled us to undertake memory-intensive workload, such as a large-scale training of the generative AI models. And also one interesting thing that we noted that unlike other traditional or major GPU cloud providers with the fixed pricing, we found that Data Edge Cloud operates on a marketplace model. That is, the node operators set their own hourly rates, and then we can flexibly choose the resource based on our optimal balance between the price and the performance. And then also we found that Theta Edge Cloud provides a user-friendly interface that makes GPU kind of platform switching simple and seamless. This kind of flexibility allowed us to optimize cost, particularly during the inference phase where we do not require intensive VRAM capacity, and then we flexibly chose our kind of optimal GPU settings, and also Edge Cloud platform also allowed us to utilize this GPU-equipped servers as if they were kind of local machines by providing the user-friendly development environment. So we had no problem of using these platforms for our own research with an optimal and efficient kind of pace. And then at the same time, we found identify some potential area for improvements, such as kind of configurable options for auto termination upon the process is done. And it will improve efficiency and the cost management from the user side. And also it will be useful to have a storage partitioning features. So for example, we logically have to separate or maybe divide our storage spaces in terms of their roles, such as an environment settings and data, and also code repositories and stored results. And so to manage them flexibly, if we can delete or add in terms of their kind of storage roles, and then it will be much more useful. Right, so this is my last slide. So yeah, we actually enjoyed using the Theta Edge Cloud for conducting the state-of-the-art kind of image generation research, such as a virtual try-on tasks. And then, we identified those kind of potential improvements areas as I briefly described in the previous slides. And so that's it from my talk, and thank you very much for your attention.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great insights. I think we all learned a lot. How the Edge Cloud actually can be used in research. We will have next Professor Chunse, but before that we will do a quick break. So if you have a beer and want to refill it, you can get something again at the bar, or a drink, or go to the bathroom quickly, or grab some more cake, and then so 1 to 2 minutes, and then we are back with the next talk. Thank you.
Junse, ready? He's online? Okay. Starting from Korean universities, we also have US university partners for Theta Edge Cloud who's utilizing our platform. And thankfully, Professor Junse from Syracuse University in the US is online. I wish he was here, but he has a lot of things going on with his researches. I know there's so much technical, texts going on. I know it might be a little bit much for you guys, but he's gonna do the presentation for us, and then, yeah, please welcome Professor Junse online.
Hey everyone. Yeah, it's nice. So it's nice to see you here. Okay. Can I share my screen or? Okay, great. Yeah, I'll try to be quick. So first, I'm very happy to meet you guys today, and also give a brief introduction, a brief description for my research and also how the Theta Edge Cloud helps me and my team. So I'll try to be quick because we're already kind of running behind, and the other people are waiting. So I try to I just kind of give a brief introduction. So my name is Junzhe Zhang. I'm an assistant professor at the Syracuse University, and my research focuses on causal generative AI. More specifically, I'm interested in applying causal inference method, causal inference theory to enable new reasoning capabilities, more advanced reasoning capabilities for the generative AI models, right? And just to give example of some of these applications, here in our data set, we usually have some kind of biases due to potentially spurious correlation. Or for example, in this data set, in this example, we find that there is a kind of the older male, the images are kind of overly represented, right? So once you see a male image here, it's likely to be kind of older, right? And if we train a standard generative AI model from this kind of biased data set, and then we decide to let's do some image editing. Let's try to make this image to be like this young lady. Let's see, what's her gonna look like? Had this person had this lady to be older? As it turns out, our model is picking up some Uranus or the incorrect correlation, and also at the same time, after we do the editing, the lady becomes the male, right? So it's kind of picking up the wrong kind of correlation between features. And the benefits of incorporating causal reasoning is that we are able to kind of leverage the common sense of causal relationships and allow us to build models that are more robust, that can that can lead to more reasonable editing, right? In this case, once we edit the image from older to younger, younger to older, the gender doesn't change, right? Well, so it's kind of more common, it's more aligned with our kind of common sense, right? So, and broadly, I'm broadly interested in dealing with any kind of data biases, either confounding bias, selection bias, missing data, every kind of data biases across different fields of science, and particularly in AI applications. And some of my ongoing research also includes meta learning, test time inference for language model, and recently I'm also exploring the physical learning. Essentially, how can we use some standard physics models to design more novel generative AI models. So that's kind of briefly the research, and yeah, overall, I think from my personal view, I think right now it's a great opportunity to work on the AI series. My contrary to some people's belief, I think it's a great opportunity for smaller lab or academic lab to work on language model or transformers. And because there's still a lot of open space, great opportunities to work on the test time inference and also, proposing some basic novel models. And with the AI compute providers like Theta Edge platform, my students can get access to very affordable GPU running time, and we can do some quick. This allows us to do some quick prototyping, right, on the platform. For example, here we can quickly create, a Jupyter notebook, and we can select different SKUs or hardware, and and in a few minutes, off we go. So yeah, overall, I'm quite happy with collaborations with the AI compute platform like Theta Edge, with this kind of very flexible providers, and yeah, I think it's this. I'm looking forward to further collaboration and how things go in the future. So that's it from my side. Yeah. All right. Should we take questions or?
Okay, there was Professor Junse from Syracuse University, and next is a professor from Korea University in Korea, and he is one of our first customers, and recently they got accepted to government project, and they were able to secure around $220,000 of government fund by using our Edge Cloud. So it's a great achievement for us. So please welcome Professor Kim from Korea.
Okay, thanks for having me. My slides should show up. Yeah, sure. Yeah, in the meantime, I'm Dong-Hyun Kim from Korea University. Yeah, so my research topic is advancing language-based object detection with the Theta Edge Cloud. So, I mean, the content consists of introduction and my research focus and data cloud in action. So just to begin with, I will introduce myself. So I did my master's at USC, and then I did my PhD at Boston University. I was studying transfer learning and model generalization and so on. And then I was a research staff member at the MIT Ibn Wasnaya lab. And then I moved to Korea University and became an assistant professor. So yeah, I'd like to introduce my research. So this is the language-based object detection. So different from the standard object detections, we are not just detect every object, but we are taking language queries like this, object to drink from, or queries like mug filled with coffee. So in this image, we have like positive queries and then negative queries. So here, negative queries, we should not detect any objects from this query because there is no objects corresponding to this query. So same for this right image. So this is very difficult problem because a model should understand the language queries and then objects and its attributes and its compositions. So we try like the state-of-the-art object detection models, and here the language queries are women with black tops. Green boxes are correct predictions, and red boxes are wrong predictions. So if you see these wrong predictions of the detectors are detecting just black tops or just women. So these are wrong objects because we are actually trying to detect women with black tops. So we can see that current detection models are lacking compositional understanding. So in order to improve these models, we propose like synthetic data generation approach and pseudo-labeling approach with the weak detector and strong detector. And we also propose like compositional contrastive learning. And in generating this synthetic data requires like T2I stable diffusion, large scale stable diffusion, and leveraging LLMs and so on. So we need to really have large scale, high capacity GPUs. And in the following work, we also try to categorize the composition types of the language queries. And we try to see what composition types are lacking in current models. So we see that some attributes or spatial reasonings are very weak at current models. So we specifically generate this kind of data, synthetic data, for spatial reasoning or numerous reasoning or spatial and numerous reasonings. So so this requires us to leverage LLMs to categorize each language queries, what the compositional types are. So yeah, so this is my research focus. So when we have a model, we try to find its weakness by leveraging large language models and so on, and then we try to generate new data distribution using T2I stable diffusion models and so on, and then we also need to update its model based on the data we generated. So this process requires us to leverage large-scale models. So as you know, the size of models are growing recently. So LLMs are growing, and multimodal LLMs is also growing. So in our work, we are leveraging this Llama LLMs, which has 70 billion parameters. And in other work, we are using this segmentation model called Lisa, 13 billion parameters. So all this requires like large scale, high capacity GPUs, and we are able to train and use those large scale models with this Data Edge Cloud. So thanks to Data Edge Cloud, we are able to publish papers and so on. So yeah. Yeah, that's all for me. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Okay, from that government fund, I hope he can purchase more credits for the Edge Cloud. Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have Professor Suyash online? Okay, Professor Suyash is one of our US-based university customer as well, and he's gonna share some insights. Hey Suyash, how are you doing? Do you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, please welcome Professor Suyash from University of Oregon.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we do.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. Hi, everyone. So I'm Suyash Gupta. I'm an assistant professor at Department of Computer Science, University of Oregon. There I lead Dystopia Labs, and I also co-lead ONRG with my colleagues. Unfortunately, I could not be here in person as the quarter system has already started. But today I'll be talking about something that I have been doing for past 1 year, which we call as Falcon, or essentially federated learning under client heterogeneity. And thanks to Theta Edge Cloud for allowing me to present here. So before that, let me try to give a focus on my research. Well, my research lies at the intersection of databases, distributed systems, and machine learning. And we have published several papers in all of these fields. And essentially, our goal is essentially to try to improve the performance, scalability, and accuracy of decentralized and large-scale systems. And today, I will be focusing on artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is the topic for us today. And essentially, as you all know, AI ML is everywhere. There are a lot of applications that are dealing with that. ChatGPT, Perplexity, robotics, even in our mobile phones, we have AI ML models running. And what these models are essentially trying to do, they're trying to essentially help us humans solve or tackle problems. But in general, behind each of these applications, the key goal is essentially how to train a machine learning model. And how do we do that? Basically, there are 3 standard steps. The first step is we try to collect the data, whatever we need. The second step is essentially, once you have the data from your clients, you try to use an off-the-shelf ML algorithm and try to generate and train a model. And now that you have this model, essentially what you try to do is that you test this model. If it is providing it the desired accuracy, and if not, you try to retrain it again. So what are the challenges for machine learning models? Well, the first biggest challenge is privacy violation, because we are trying to collect the data from the clients. And if we are trying to collect the data, there's always a possibility of breaches, leaks, and everything. And there could be even personal data of the client, which they do not want to share. And then second problem, essentially, these models are generalized. They try to bring a grand picture, which is great, but they essentially end up often ignoring the key finer details which each client is trying to convey. And this is exactly where federated learning comes into picture, because what it is basically a distributed client server architecture. Essentially, each client has its own local data, and they try to train locally on their own data. And then they send this data to the server, and server what it tries to do, it essentially tries to aggregate all the updates from the client. So why is federated learning cool? Essentially, first, the clients are not sharing the data, which essentially provides them privacy. And at the second point in time, each client is trained locally on its model. And now they are sharing these updates with everyone else. So essentially what the server looks is at the aggregated state, but at the same point, it's also looking at the key features which is lying in each client's model. So are we done? Is federated learning the way it is right now the solution for all of our problems? Unfortunately, no. There is a key challenge in federated learning, which is client heterogeneity, which is also the focus of my research, or the topic we are discussing today. And we have observed, like other prior works, that client heterogeneity can come in 2 different flavors. It can be seen as context heterogeneity or as configuration heterogeneity. What do I mean by context heterogeneity? Essentially, clients, as we know, they're spread across the world. They are not collecting the same data. They are collecting different type of data. So that is what we call as context heterogeneity. And what's configuration heterogeneity? Essentially, all the clients may not be using the same homogeneous hardware. Some could be working on laptops, some could be working on iPads, some could be working on smartwatches, which are all continuously collecting data. So essentially, the federated learning algorithms should be taking in care of this different type of heterogeneity. Otherwise, they will end up losing accuracy. And this is where our solution comes, which we call as Falcon, which is federated learning under client heterogeneity for next generation applications. We have been working on Falcon for past 1 year and trying to design. And the first thing of Falcon is already ready, which we call as Terraform. Terraform essentially focuses on context heterogeneity of Falcon. And basically what it does is that basically present a new client selection algorithm that allows to select specific clients, and at the same point in time manages context heterogeneity. So how does Terraform work? Well, basically the key goal of Terraform is select those clients that are inducing heterogeneity and focus on them. And how does it focus? Essentially, it tries to retrain on those clients. So once we have found out which are the clients which are having heterogeneous data, keep on retraining them till the time we have reached a desirable accuracy and we know that we have captured their specific features. But again, the key goal is how do you even select those clients? So what we have come up with is that we saw that there is final layer gradient. So every model, when you're training, there's the final layer of the model, and there we pick up the gradients from that final layer, and we use those gradients to essentially find which are the heterogeneous clients. And for this, all of our evaluations we did on Theta Edge Cloud. And why is Theta Edge Cloud important for us? Well, essentially, federated learning requires testing with a lot of clients. And essentially, for our experiments, we needed up to 2,000 clients. And this is exactly where Theta Edge Cloud comes into picture, because it has optimal GV pricing, which allowed us to deploy so many clients in the wild. And I'll just give you a quick snapshot of our results. We have way more results in our paper, which can be seen online. But essentially, we compared ourselves with the existing client selection methodology, and all the numbers in bold are how we are outperforming every other algorithm. And what are we doing in this 1, 2, 3, 1 star, 2 star, and all different scenarios? Essentially, all of these scenarios are showing some different form of heterogeneity. In fact, as we are moving further towards the right, we are increasing the amount of heterogeneity between the clients, and still, as you can see, our algorithms performing better than existing. So with this, I'll try to conclude. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is that you can use traditional ML algorithms, but then these algorithms will violate user privacy and essentially output a generalized model, which is not the best case which is needed for some set of application. Like example, for you need healthcare or something, that is not what you need of it. So there is a way you can use existing FL algorithms to solve this problem, but then these algorithms are oblivious to client heterogeneity. And this is exactly where Falcon comes into picture. It tackles different aspects of client heterogeneity. We already have a solution for the context heterogeneity, and now we are working on configuration heterogeneity. With that, I would like to thank, and if there's a question.
Okay, I know it's very early for you, Professor Suyaj. Should be 8 in the morning for you, right?
Yeah, that's fine. It's decent.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. And it's time for the questions, Q&A. If you guys, any of you have any questions, just go ahead and you can ask the professors. Oh, could the professors come, please, over here? And we have Professor Junze online as well. Okay, yeah. Any questions for any AI researches going on? Oh.
I'm just wondering, this is an incredible technology, wondering how this will affect the CAPTCHA security? With the being able to pick out people's faces and dogs and shirts and bicycles and so.
Okay. Any professor would like to answer the question? Suyaj, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if you're focusing on security, I believe we are talking about essentially. I believe we are talking about attacks and all. I think, at least in the work which we are doing, I think I did not mention that. Apart from context and configuration heterogeneity, we also look at content heterogeneity. And in some sense, the reason I did not want to talk essentially content heterogeneity, the key focus is to handle Byzantine malicious attacks. And that is another key focus for us. And there we are essentially trying to focus on like how can we actually handle these attacks. We are looking at all the spatial and temporal behavior of the clients, where we have seen that clients out of context send different type of data or they try to attack that. So we are focusing on that, trying to see if they induce biases in the model, how can we handle them. So I think there is things which we are looking at, but still at the preliminary stage, I'd say.
Okay. Did you have a question? Emma? Okay.
First of all, thank you very much for all the presentations. It's very interesting. Even I'm pretty sure it's quite complicated what we saw on the slides, but I can imagine it's quite challenging, and what I'm wondering is how do you see like the biggest AI challenges on researches for the next couple of years?
Yeah, as we all know, AI techniques are fast growing, and yeah, one of the major trends that I see recently will be definitely the physical AI or embodied AI. So yeah, through the advancement of the LLM models and also its extension called the vision language models, where LLMs can now be equipped with the eyes, and then they take the vision inputs, and then they make some inferences or reasonings, and then they can infer some necessary actions and kind of decision making. And then those techniques are now fast adapted to physical robotics systems. And so yeah, these areas are fast growing, and so yeah, in the next few years I definitely will see we have our own kind of humanoid robotics serving at home and so on. And also another trend that I see kind of interesting will be kind of self-evolving AI. So as we saw from the advancement from the AlphaGo to AlphaZero, so AlphaGo has relied on its training based on the human-generated kind of gameplays. And then AlphaZero just played themselves against each other, and then they generated their own data to train themselves to improve better and better. And then these kind of trends are also shown in the recent kind of LLM research, where these two LLMs are making some debates, and then through these generated data, they can perform, or their kind of intelligence can become much better and better. So these kind of techniques are now quite prevalent, and so I think those kind of advancements of the LLMs kind of reasoning capabilities will be automatically grow further and further. And so that way, we may be able to see some kind of Terminator in the next few years.
Thank you. I have another one. I have another one. That's a general question. It's more about like, I mean, you're using now Theta Edge Cloud, all of you, and I'm wondering, what is your experience in terms of the costs you're saving in compared to centralized services? At least, are you tracking it? I mean, do you see like differences in the costs, roughly?
Maybe I can take this. Hello? Yeah. So I would say, in comparison, I think first, the advantage of the smaller like AI-centered cloud providers like Theta Edge Cloud is that they provide a lot of features that are tailored for AI kind of independent AI researchers, right? So generally, I don't find the AWS platform as quite useful, so I kind of prefer smaller AI compute providers. And among most of the AI providers, I would say the Theta Edge Cloud is like 10% a bit cheaper compared to other like the Lambda Cloud. So I think, but generally the compute for A100, H100 nowadays it's quite affordable across the board. Yeah.
Okay, great. We have one more question here. This question is for Professor Chu. You guys were one of the first customers of Theta. How Theta got into your radar, and why you guys chose Theta as providers?
I personally known Austin in the past, and so he generously introduced the information about the Edge Cloud, and we were desperately seeking for kind of cheaper GPU clouds, and so we thought it would be really suitable and optimal for our own use. And so that's why we started to use it.
Thanks. If nobody else, I would have one last question, especially with the hackathon. We had a lot of young, interested people, the majority building on Edge Cloud and AI. What is your advice on, for young researchers, young developers getting into the space?
So AI techniques are changing really fast. So we should learn fast and adapt new techniques fast. And at the same time, we should follow the AI trends, but we need to develop our own expertise. So just not just following the AI trend, but we should think critically what's missing in current AI models and how to improve those models, especially for your own skills and so on.
Thank you. I think we have one more question.
I have one more question. So we have been talking about the prices earlier on, and the thing is about, okay, even if it's cheaper, the thing is, does it work reliable, compared to centralized cloud providers versus decentralized cloud providers, or especially in this case with the Theta infrastructure? So maybe you can share some of your experiences in the past few months with the Theta infrastructure.
So what I found is when I face some problems with the Theta cloud, but I can personally ask Austin to help the problem. So he quickly figured out the problem and resolve everything. I think the biggest thing is I can connect a Theta cloud personally, and then they can help me very quickly.
Awesome.
I think I can quickly add here one line here to this thing. Like, I think decentralization will always end up beating centralization any day, essentially, because by decentralization we already are allowing, in essence, a lot of GPUs or a lot of CPUs all over the places to connect. I think that is how somehow will always be essentially better. I think centralization has this source where you're under one single organization, but if any large scale failure happens, then I think this is where I like, for example, I used a lot of A100 GPUs with my students over Theta Edge Cloud, and I think I never had any issue of starting the experiment or doing off. It was pretty quick in that sense.
Awesome. A big thanks also from the ThetaEuroCon team for joining us here. You made it out here. Also for you guys, it's pretty early in the morning. So give it up to the people actually using and researching on the Theta Edge Cloud. Great. I think there was an awesome academia session, Austin. Thank you for making this possible. And we will now move on to a small raffle again. We have assigned, this time, a signed Olympic Marseille t-shirt or shirt, sports shirt from the team. So it's signed by the players. So all the European or global soccer fans will probably be excited about that. Awesome. You want to? Kyler does the partnership, so he will just say a few words, and then we pick the winner.
I don't do much public speaking, so bear with me. Cool. Hey, everybody. I'm Kyle Laffey. I head up partnerships at Theta. I joined in late 2016, so I don't know if any of you guys remember Sliver TV. Anyone? Yep. Okay. Thank you for the support. So once upon a time, we were a 360 VR esports company. So during my interview, I was in a small conference room with Mitch and JE and Cupertino, and they didn't really say much. I walked in, and Mitch put a VR headset on me, and I was watching Dota and Counter-Strike and League of Legends, and went, whoa, this is fucking awesome. And I was sold, right? Like I wanted to work for these guys. They're so smart. And of course, that 360 VR product evolved into Theta Network, which you know today, kind of solving our own problems with that. But that was just a quick fun story about Theta. So yeah, I joined 9 years ago. I did the Marseille deal, so I just wanted to give you guys a quick background on that. I think if there's one thing I want you guys to take away from it, it's these deals take a while, right? Like Olympique de Marseille actually reached out to us in late 2024, so almost a year ago. They reached out and they basically said, hey, Theta, we've heard good things. Can you guys help us with AI? That was basically like this short little inbound email, and I went, whoa, cool. And so, dozens of calls later, right, we're talking to their product teams, their tech teams, their ticketing teams, legal, right? Me and JE are on a call with like 20 French dudes, and they're asking all these questions and really doing their research, right? And we try to do things by the book. So each country has different laws on cryptocurrency and how to work with technology companies and marketing and all that. So we've got a lot of other good deals in the works, I can assure you, but my point here is they take some time, right? Like we try to do things right. I'm actually going to Marseille in a few days. I'm going to sit down with their CTO and we're walking through the Edge Cloud dashboard and showing them all the great features. And he already has seen it, but it'll be something else to go in person and show them. We actually just integrated the League One API. So if you ask the bot, the agent, the questions about who's injured or who's starting or who scored, when are we playing, you're going to get data that's a little more accurate, a little more reliable, more official than, say, like a ChatGPT if you were to ask that. So that's on the agent side. And then Mitch actually mentioned we've got the enterprise validator node. So that was a big one. We're really excited about that. That took quite a bit of time to educate them on our community, on our blockchain, how it works, and we were really happy to have them stake those tokens that are validating transactions and securing the blockchain. So yeah, that's Marseille. We got more in the works. I wish I could say more. And without further ado, let's do this raffle for signed jersey. All right, everyone get out your tickets. Get ready. I've had a few requests of people wanting me to pick their number. I won't say any names, but it's totally random. Look it. Okay, it's very random. Okay. Oh, the number is 6, 6, 3. Anyone? 663. Hey, there he is. Come on up. Come get your jersey. So this is a signed Olympique de Marseille jersey. Many of the players have signed it. And yeah, thank you guys so much for supporting the event. We've got more merch, more stuff on the way. Cool. All right. Yeah, congratulations. Enjoy.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kyle. Yeah, we have many more shirts tomorrow to raffle off, so keep the small paper safe and secure overnight. Don't lose it. So you can we have another signed shirt. We have normal jerseys from Olympique Marseille, some other stuff signed by GE and Mitch. So yeah, there will be some more stuff to come your way. Now it's time for the happy hour. Yeah, the happy hour will go on till tonight at 10 o'clock when we close the doors. So enjoy yourself. Now it's networking time. We will at 7 o'clock we will have dinner on the rooftop terrace. There will be drinks, cocktails, beer, and yeah, enjoy just being here. Enjoy Berlin, and then if we don't talk anymore, see you tomorrow morning again at 11 o'clock. We will start again, and with a lot of more good speakers, hackathon winners, and then don't miss the after party tomorrow night, which will go on with a DJ and till 12 o'clock in the night, at least, yeah. And yeah, thank you for coming. It has been so awesome until now. The vibe here is just incredible. Yeah, I can't say more. Thanks, guys.